Thank you. We ready, Rafael?
Rafael,
Thank you.
Rafael.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Paterson. On behalf of the Paterson Municipal Council, I welcome you to our regular meeting of May 28, 2004. The meeting is now called to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call for Municipal Council regular meeting of Tuesday, May 28, 2024. The time is now 7:06 p.m. Councilman Abdulaziz? Councilwoman Cotton?
Here.
Councilwoman Davila?
Present.
Councilman Jackson? Councilman Khalid?
Here, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims?
I am here and ready to serve.
Thank you. Councilman Udine? Councilman Velez?
We here. Yes, we here.
Mr. President?
Present, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Mr. President, this evening's prayer is being rendered by Reverend Beverly Paterson of Second Baptist Church, which is followed by the flag salute led by the Honorable Councilman Michael Jackson, Councilman for the First Ward.
Councilman, they just asked me to do the flag.
So, Madam Clerk, if Councilman Jackson is not present at the time, Councilman Mims will do the flag salute. Huh? Okay, no problem. Either one of my colleagues will do it.
We'll all do it together.
I will do it together.
Let us pray.
Amen.
Heavenly Father, we're so grateful that you have allowed another opportunity for us to come before your presence. We're especially grateful for the reason why we're gathered here, to look out for the welfare of your creation. God, we thank you first for blessing all those present, leading our government in Jesus' name. We thank you, God, for how you've made a way so graciously for them to attain their roles and stay in place, God, that they might accomplish what you will for the city of Paterson. We thank you, Lord God, and we pray that you will continue to lead them, guide their hearts, and guide their minds toward the betterment for your creation, a better Paterson, God, that we may prove to be your faithful servants in the name of Jesus. We thank you, Lord, for all those that are gathered here today. We ask, O Holy Spirit, that you would guide our tongues, guide our hearts, and guide our minds, and make us to realize that there is power as we're gathered here today if we would but work together to accomplish your will for the city of Paterson. We thank you, Lord God, for choosing us for such a time as this, for using us that you might be glorified in this place. We thank you for all these blessings. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Colleague, let's turn around, all of us, and do the flag salute.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please stay stand. Let's do a moment of silence now for those that lost a loved one in our community, and also for our troop. A moment of silence, please. Thank you. You may be seated. Madam Clerk, please read the statement of compliance.
Yes, Mr. President. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law for 2023-2024. Today's meeting date is May 28, 2024. The time is now 7:08 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1. The annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2023-2024 on or about July 1, 2023. 2. A schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2023-2024 was duly transmitted on or about July 1, 2023 to the North Jersey Herald News, the Record, the Arabic Voice, the Italian Voice, the Passaic County Pulse, Dominicana News, La Quisqueya Internacional, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, Tap into Paterson, the Weekly Bangla Patrika, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. 3, the schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2023-2024 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall, first floor, in the place reserved for the announcements of this type. 4, the schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2023-2024 was duly filed with the Municipal Clerk. And 5, a copy of the regular meetings of the Municipal Council was mailed to any person who requested and paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members of the public, we have 28 items on this agenda today. Let's start with payment of bills. Councilwoman Davila.
Thank you very much, Council President. To my colleagues, summary of disbursements, you have the payment of bills in front of you. They were also emailed. Remember, this week was a payroll week, so that totaled to $5,121,826.37. In addition, there were computer checks of a total of $1,115,343.58. The total for the payment of bills are $6,237,169.95. The majority of this payment was payroll, and in addition, there was a community development payment, which totaled close to $600,000, in addition to other grant funds being paid. My recommendation is for payment of bills.
Second.
It was moved by Councilwoman Davila and second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on payment of bill.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call and payment of bills in the amount of $6,237,169.95. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
So the votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Payment of bills in the amount of $6,237,169.95 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's do the consent agenda, which is item number 3 through 18, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President.
Council President, there's an item you need to remove.
Yes, sorry, Councilwoman Mims.
No, you were saying one of the items have to be
Yes.
removed.
That's,
13.
Council member, so let's remove item 13 out of the agenda. Let's treat the item as a separate item, Madam Clerk.
15 is
Item 13.
because of the monitor wells. It's for the well monitoring.
Item number 13 is a resolution authorizing the solicitation of bids for park improvements at Vera Ames Community Park, bid number 24.21 for the Engineering Division of the Department of Public Works. It's Public Works Resolution 24:335.
So moved.
So move.
Second.
Discussion, Councilwoman Mims.
No, I moved it.
Oh, you move
Yeah.
it? Okay, item 13, move it. It was moved by Councilwoman Mims and second by Councilwoman Davila.
Also me, Council President.
Roll call.
Roll call on item number 13 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton.
Sorry, Council President. Well, we took it off consent and put it on regular?
Yeah.
So we're gonna take this item off just to treat it as a separate item.
I know what it is. Okay, this is solution of bid.
Roll call for approval,
This is,
right?
solution of bid for Vera
Madam
Ames
Clerk,
Community
roll call
Park,
for approval.
to go out for bid. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
I just wanted to be clear, I want anyone to say that I had an issue with that item. Council President wanted that item to be voted on separately, which I think is something that should be highlighted. which I think is a great idea. When you're voting on the consent agenda, it comes in a package, so you don't get to really hear the items that are in the package. So I think voting on the Vera Ames Park separately would begin to highlight the great work that's about to happen there. We'll vote on that later. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
Madam Clerk, I'm a little confused. Are we approving the resolution now, or we will come
We are
back?
approving item number 13.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Councilwoman Mims.
Are
We're
you,
approving it now.
No, we're approving,
Yeah.
we're approving the consent agenda, and we're gonna vote on item 13 later.
No, we're voting 13 now.
so we have to pull item 13.
That's what he said.
So we're voting on item 13, Madam Clerk.
Right, that's
Oh,
what Council
okay,
President
yes,
said.
it's still a yes, okay.
That's just
Yes,
the
I said-
solicitation of bid, council members.
Oh,
Madam Clerk, I just want to give the opportunity to my colleague, Dr. Mims, because she says she's going to highlight later on. So now we are approving it, so she should highlight whatever she
Right.
want to say now before
Okay.
moving forward. You was going to say something?
Council members,
No, we're voting on the item.
No, item number 13, Council President asked.
yes, just a minute.
Okay.
Thank you, council members. So item number 13, so what we're doing, we're approving the solicitation to go out for a bid. So we're not approving the actual project, so we have to wait until the big specification come back, and then we'll be able to decide from there. Okay?
Thank you. Now, can I vote?
Yes, sir.
So before I make my vote, I know DPW had a deep discussion in the workshop regarding this. Hopefully, the scope of work are all set up, and the bid come back favorable to make this project a successful one also at Vera Ames Park. So my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk, thank you. I think that there's important that the conversation take place also with the community during this process, during this transaction with our former Councilwoman Vera Ames, about this project. We're not approving anything, we're just going out for a bid. That's what we're doing right now. So with that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 13 is hereby adopted.
Council President.
Councilwoman Mims?
So for this item, I just want to make sure, because I don't want anyone leaving this meeting or communicating something that is not accurate. So I'm not sure if all the specs are exactly what Councilwoman Ames had requested. I know there was some heavy dialogue with the administration. So can we ensure that there is that conversation that goes on? Right now, we're doing the solicitation of bids. I'm not sure if those specs that are outlined match what she has requested in her meetings with the administration, and I think that's why there was some level of concern.
Yes.
So please, we voted on this, it's approved, but can we just make sure as the administration, there is a follow-up with her to ensure that whatever those things were, that they're part of this spec requirement? Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Mims. And Madam BA, and that's the concern. And this is the beginning of this process. I don't think that we don't need to delay the process, but there's time for the administration and Vera Ames and the committee also to sit down and organize a good dialogue to make sure that what we do on the park reflect the need of the community on that section. That's the most important topic right now, that both entities sit down, the city and the Vera Ames committee, to make sure that we, put there what the community really wants to, okay?
Yes, and Council President, this has gone through a really robust public communication process, including some public forums where there's been feedback. We intentionally didn't just do this piecemeal. We hired a planner who met with Councilwoman Ames, who met with members of that ward, who took a lot of that feedback.
Okay.
And then we put it together in a bid with generally some guidelines about the money that we have, because we know in a perfect world we would have lots of things in there that we can't necessarily afford, but this is something that we can afford based on dollars that we've been able to raise and allocate for these projects. So we're looking forward to going out to bid and then being able to drill down into the details. Do we have enough money to cover the different options that are included in the bid specs?
Okay.
Thank you, Council President. I just wanted
Thank
that
you.
clarity
Yes.
on the record. I'm sure if she's not watching, someone will let her know so
Yeah.
that she will understand, because I don't want anyone telling her that I removed or I didn't do anything. I'm just voting yes. Thank you.
That is correct, and that way we don't delay the process. Thank you.
Council President.
Council,
Council President.
so, Councilman Velez?
Yeah, Council President, are we going to vote now on the consent agenda,
Yeah.
Yeah,
correct?
that's what we, that's
So,
what's next.
so there was an item as sitting council president in the workshop that you put forward the 50th anniversary of adoption. I made the decision to treat that as regular because it was your resolution commemorating the 50th anniversary, and they put
What
it.
is the number, Councilman Velez?
Number 5 is yours, and I put it on regular, so I don't know why they put it back on consent.
Number 5.
Unless you want to keep it here.
No, item number 5 is a resolution commemorating the 50th anniversary of the adoption of the Fortnite Act, the form of government of the city of Paterson. It will be fine on the consent agenda.
Okay.
All right, thank
Let's
you.
go to consent.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, so let's move with the consent agenda.
Yes, Mr. President.
So move.
Second.
She didn't read it yet.
You haven't read it yet.
Just to read it into the record.
Please. Where's the consent agenda?
You guys want to rush the meeting.
So, all matters listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the council and will be enacted by one motion. The items listed under the consent agenda are numbers 3 to 18, with the exception of number 13 that was just adopted. Any item may be removed from the consent agenda by the request of any council member, treated as a separate matter.
Second.
Who's moved by Council President Mendez, Councilwoman Davila, and Councilman Mims, and second by Councilman Abdelaziz. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on the
Council
consent agenda.
President, I
And-
just move it too.
And also Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on the consent agenda as amended. Councilman Abdelaziz,
Pass.
Councilwoman Cotton,
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila,
Yes.
Councilman Kalik,
Residents of Second Ward and City of Paterson, we have many road resurfacing project is being approved with this consent agenda. Close to, I believe, 27 roads will be resurfaced during this summer times. I'm glad to say many roads in Second Ward as well, and my vote is definitely yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Kalik. Councilwoman Mims.
So before I vote, I just would like, and it doesn't have to be for tonight, but I would like it in email to all the council members. I would like to see an update on Governor Street, Montgomery Street. What's that? Montgomery Street? Montgomery Street, and I know River Street encompasses 3 of the wards. Can we all get an update, even after the approval on today? What are the phases and what is the process as when the work will begin? That's what we need to know. Those roads have been in disarray for a while. I also want to put on record that today I made the report, and I want to thank Director Ojeda. On Ellison and Carroll Street, the trees are covering the traffic light, so I know they were out there working on the lines. They're going to get it done, but I wanted to put it out to the public that has already been given to DPW. On East 40th, between 11th and McLean Boulevard, there's about 25 potholes on one street. I'm sure there's many potholes all over the city. 9th Ave has potholes from East 18 all the way down to McLean Boulevard, and so many other streets. But these streets that I just called out, it's unbearable. So DPW, we can do that. Also, I wanted to say, for last year, I remember with the quality of life concerns in different parts of the city, the OIC decided to work with the council to come up with a plan of action to have using UEZ dollars to have this corridor plan in collaboration with the hotspot zones to make sure that we have officers. It was very, very effective last year. We fought hard, myself and Councilman Velez, and I thank the council members. We upped the dollars because it was lower, and we upped it to 1.7 million, and I'm glad to see that we're doing it again, where we'll have officers on Broadway, 10th Ave, Straight Street, 21st Ave, and so many other areas. I'm really glad to see that we will, Union Ave, that we will have officers in these different areas where they're so much needed, especially as the summer begins to come into place. So with that being stated, with all this work that is outlined and much needed in this community, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez?
So let me highlight that resolution number 10 is authorizing an award contract already for resurface, and the 11 and 12 are authorizing solicitation of bids to see who is going to be awarded. But I just want to highlight that in the 2023 citywide road resurfacing program, there are 18 streets, 12 of them are in the 6th ward, and on the 2024, out of 6, 3 are in the 6th ward, and I just want to advise the residents of East 21 in the 5th ward from 20 Avenue to Park Avenue is going to get resurfaced. So one falls on the 2023 resurface program, and the remaining will fall on the 24 resurface program. So East 21 is going to get resurfaced from 20 Avenue all the way down to Park Avenue. So that's a message to the residents of the 5th Ward that are anxious to see that road, that street resurfaced. Saying that, good job, Councilman. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I passed because this consent agenda has many, many great things for the city and the 6th Ward. I'm going to start at item number 10. So to the residents, we are going out to give out to contract to American Asphalt for repaving. And in this contract, there's 18 streets, 10 of them are in the 6th Ward. So the residents on Dakota Street, this will authorize them to come out and do the work. Dakota Street, Wabash Avenue, Goshen Street, Elizabeth Street, Atlantic Street, Illinois Ave, Knickerbocker Ave, and Genesee Ave. A bulk of this now, we will start getting things done. This is when I knocked on your doors, I told you, I showed you the list. This is the first step. Get these bids out. I thank my colleagues for supporting it, and we'll continue repaving the roads. The supplemental 2, out of the 6 roads, 3 are in the 6th Ward, the much-needed Florida Ave and Michigan Ave. I see a resident on Michigan Ave. You could go back to the neighbors and tell them this is the first step to get repaved Michigan Ave. So I'm glad that we have that on the list. Thank you, Madam BA and the administration for pushing this forward. So look out. There will be some inconvenience when the crews come to start work. So I'm very, very happy with these items for road resurfacing. Number 6, to the business owners and residents in the 21st Ave section and South Paterson business section. This will allow for the police officers to continue doing the walking patrols. Thankfully, last year, the 6th Ward had 0 shootings and 0 homicides in the 6th Ward, and a lot of this trickled down from the police walking these corridors that sprinkle off to some of the side streets. So both of those programs will be renewed with that item. And lastly, number 14, the dilapidated building on Pennsylvania Avenue for the Office of Emergency Management. I saw the administration, and I see our chief here today. They appointed the director for for the dispatchers, and this is going to be the centralized location. Once again, things take time. This is the first step. We get the architect, the engineer to start building that building out and making it, bringing it up to use that will benefit the entire city. So usually I don't speak on consent agenda items, Council President,
Well, you had
but
to
there's a
brag tonight.
lot of great things
You
for
had
the
to
6th
brag
Ward
tonight.
on this consent
Yeah.
agenda. I want to
Yeah.
make it very clear to the residents of
Right.
the 6th
Yeah.
Ward.
Yeah.
And,
I thought on River Street.
I just got to give a shout out to Councilwoman Kine because Governor Street
Right.
is on this list. So
It's on the
Councilwoman
way.
Mims, Supplemental one that we just approved this contract,
And
Governor Street
and
from
Montgomery.
Straight Street all the way to Rosa Parks Avenue will be
Boulevard.
repaved, that with this vote. So shout out to Councilman of the Fourth
And-
Ward.
and Montgomery. And Montgomery.
Oh, Montgomery is on supplemental two, that we're soliciting. Montgomery Street from River Street to Mercer Street is on the list, Councilwoman. So I'll text you the list.
I got it, I
I
got
have
the
the
list.
list, and also
My-
River Street.
No, River Street.
I'm not concerned with the list, I want to make sure the work get done.
So, Madam Clerk, so this consent agenda, my vote is yes.
Council
Thank you,
President.
Councilman Abdelaziz. Mr. President,
This consent agenda has been, got all my council colleagues very excited. But yes, there's been a lot of good items in this agenda. Let me also highlight that 13th Avenue is going to be redone finally. 13th Avenue has been in totally disrepair. Also, Verona Avenue, 13th Avenue, the Third Ward, Verona Avenue, the Third Ward, and East 37 on the Third Ward. And also, let me just for the record inform my community that I submit a whole list of different roads that need to be redone in the Third Ward. I have a conversation with administration, also like 20th Avenue from Brilliant all the way to Route 20, and many other, like 33rd, 34th, 35, so that's all on the list. So we have 1, 2, 3, we have 4 new roads in the Third Ward. Also, item number 5, the resolution commemorating the 50th anniversary of the adoption of the Foreigner Act in the city of Paterson is going to be, this is a very special resolution because July 1st is going to be 50 years that we adopt the form of government. So we're going to have a very, very special event that Madam Clerk is going to be working on. So this new swearing is going to be very special to all the residents of the city of Paterson and also to all my council colleagues that will be swearing in that day. So with that being said, we're moving the Third Ward forward and the city of Paterson forward. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
thank you, Council President. The votes are 8 yeses, 1 absent. The consent agenda is hereby adopted as amended.
Council President,
Council President.
Just a minute. I know, Councilwoman Cotton asked me for the floor, and right after Councilman Velez.
I just
Councilwoman?
want to, I had spoken with our engineering department. I have requested, and I want to make sure that it goes on record, when these bids come back in, I have requested that the streets in the Fourth Ward get done first. That was my request to the engineering department, and I guess he'll take it to the department, Director DPW, Billy Rodriguez. Thank you, Council
Perfect,
President.
thank you. Councilman Velez?
the only thing I just want to clarify, we have, as a council member, a wish list. And this wish list goes on and on and on. We recommend the wish list to the administration. The administration had to put the streets on the state level. The state level is the one that say, go ahead, and we approve the funding for those streets. It's a collaboration between the legislative body, administration, and the state. So, as Councilwoman Min stated, I don't care about the list, I care about getting it done.
Right.
And that's one of the things that we want to make sure that whatever wish list that we have is getting done properly for the
Yes.
residents of Paterson. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Councilmember, let's move with item number 2. Madam Clerk, item number 2.
What about
Council
one?
President.
You're not doing number 1?
Council President, can we go to item number, if you don't mind, I had asked you before, item number 22.
Sure. We have, with item number 2, we have a person present that there's a public hearing on this item, so there's a person visiting us. That's the reason why I'm going to take item number 2 now, and then we could conclude, we could continue with the agenda. Let's do item number 2, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Item number 2 requires public hearing. It's a resolution authorizing the adoption of bidders' pre-qualification regulations in connection with the Westside Park renovations for the Engineering Division of the Department of Public Works. It's a Public Works Resolution 24:324.
Second.
It was moved by Councilman Khalid, second by Councilman Davila, Councilman Mims, and Councilman Velez, and Councilman Udine also as well. Okay, so we have a
Discussion.
public hearing. So before we continue, there's a visitor that wants
Seeing
to speak.
none.
We have to open it.
Seeing none in the public, move to close.
Wait,
No, you got
No, council members, there's a
No,
person.
she's a part of the project, correct? She's not the public.
Yeah,
but,
she's part of the project.
if
but
Council
during the-
President, if I
Oh, you
can.
want to
Madam
get
DA,
an
can you allow me,
overview?
Council member, there's a public hearing, but before I close the public hearing, I would like to open the floor for the person that is visiting us. That way we could have a dialogue before we make our decisions.
I would just like if we can officially open the public hearing, because what everyone moved the resolution, number 2, but if we can go through the formal process
You
of
need to do the public
opening.
hearing first.
Okay.
Yes,
Madam
so we have
Clerk.
to
Move to close it.
Anybody
Public
want to speak on
hearing
this
on
item?
item number 2 is
Council
here, is
members.
now opened.
Seeing
Seeing
none,
none,
move to close.
move to close.
I just said that.
See no, move to close
Second.
If-
by Councilwoman Mims and second by Councilman Davila and Councilman Velez. Roll call to close the public hearing.
Roll call to
Yes,
close the public hearing on item
Actually, Council President, yes. We need to have the speaker speak as part of the public hearing.
That's what I've been trying to say,
Okay.
council members.
So we don't want to close, we
Can my
don't want to
council
vote
colleagues
to
remove
close
the
it.
motion that we could
I'll
continue
remove.
this? Councilman Mims remove it, Councilwoman Davila and Councilman Velez as well?
I just want to say this. I could remove it, but she just stated that she could have a discussion, dialogue with us. The
the
public
PA
is
just
not
said
here,
the
and then we could open a
Corporation
discussion
Council
after we
said
close the public meeting.
Councilman, we checked with Corporation Council just to make sure we were doing this the proper way. And we
Councilman.
would ask that we just have this as
Please.
part of the public hearing.
So, Council
Council
President.
members, can you allow me to? So, Madam BA is recommending for a legal purpose to have a dialogue within the public hearing. So, if you allow me, please, to continue, let the speaker, introduce herself, and let's have this dialogue within the public portion, with the public hearing. Right after, we could close and we could continue.
Council,
Can you-
the only reason why I'm asking, because if she's in public portion, she has 3 minutes.
No, it's a public hearing about this item, number 2.
Right, but in the public hearing, she still has 3 minutes, correct,
No.
Corporation Council?
No, not
Or you're opening-
a
She's the
specific council
presenter.
member.
I'm just asking a question to Corporation
She's
Council.
presenting Corporation Council.
So,
Good evening.
How do you
Good
present?
evening.
Good
public
evening.
hearing?
Good to see you. You certainly suspend that portion to start the discussion. So in the public hearing, you're going to allow,
Can you use the mic?
shows green, is much closer? This closer?
Yes.
Yeah.
Let her open the discussion. You can suspend the 3 minutes for the purposes of starting the
Correct.
discussion.
Thank you. So we're suspending the 3 minutes, we're gonna
Council
open
President, if
public
I may,
hearing.
Council President,
Councilwoman
my
Davila.
apologies, I just got 2 messages that the meeting is not on Channel 77. Huh? 75?
75, channel 75. Okay, thank you. So,
Point of order on that,
so
point of
can you
order.
introduce yourself so we
Council
start, we
President.
continue with the public, council members?
Council President, point of order on this. In the same way that they announced that we in the 77 Ellison Street, and it's published, we supposed to announce that we changing channel from 77 to 75, because that's a violation of Public Act. We supposed to announce 75, that is the new channel that we transmit in this meeting, because right now, that's why we're getting people saying that we're not seeing 75. So
Council
for the
President.
future,
Just a minute.
for the
It is on the
future.
website.
Huh?
It is on the website as Channel
But
75.
as you notice the statement of the open act that Madam Clerk, she's not mentioning 75. She's mentioning that we're here in 77. She's supposed to announce to the residents that we on channel 75, not in 77.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. So let me remind members of the public in the city of Paterson that we're not on channel 77, we are on channel 75, but it's also been advertised, as I understand, that we are on channel 75. But let's make sure that everybody get the right information. So can you introduce yourself? Good evening.
Is that better? Okay. I'm Emily Nye. I'm with the organization New City Parks, and as most of you know, we've been working with the city on the Westside Park renovation plan. And we're here to request the council's approval to establish a pre-qualification process for prospective bidders for the Westside Park renovation construction bid. Given the large size of the project, we're proposing pre-qualifications just to ensure that bidders have a minimum level of experience and are in good financial standing. The basic requirements we'll request are as follows: a minimum of 3 years of experience as a contractor, 2 projects of a similar nature completed in the last 5 years, 2 references, no denial of a bond in the last 12 months due to not meeting reasonable underwriting standards, a demonstration that current projects are proceeding on schedule and work's being done in a timely and professional manner. These requirements are narrowly tailored and should not discourage competition or restrict small businesses from participating in any way. The pre-qualifications will be submitted for approval by the Director of the Division of Local Government Services per local public contracts law before being issued, and they were written based on the technical guidance provided by their office.
Thank you so very much. I know that the renovation of Westside Park is extremely important, not only for the resident of the second ward, but for the entire city of Paterson. It's one of the largest parks that we have in the second ward. With Councilman Khalid, Councilmember, if there's no other intervention, I will proceed to close the public hearing and continue with the meeting.
Council President? Can we ask questions?
So, members of the public, if there's any comment on this title, so you could just come to the mic, so, because this is the public hearing for the renovation of the Westside Park. Before we close,
I'm all for the renovation, but something she said was key to me. Why minimal experience? Would you want minimal experience in your neighborhood? Because you're putting in things for kids to play on. Just let me finish. I want to make sure things are safe and efficient for these children to play on. We don't want things that's going to fall apart. We don't want things that are going to be coming up out of the ground within the next 3 to 5 years. So minimum experience, that sparks red flags for me.
okay.
Thank you for your comment. Just to explain further, in a normal bid process, you don't have any requirements, so we're trying to establish a fair system to make sure bidders do have at least 3 years of experience doing similar work to ensure that the project is well built. So we're addressing those concerns through this process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other speaker from the public?
Yes.
Yes.
Good evening. I just have a question as someone who's in the sandwich generation. When I go to parks in the city, I'm going with seniors and small children. And what I've found is that there are no restrooms. Are restrooms a part of this renovation?
Yes.
Okay.
There's an existing comfort station in Westside Park, and it's being renovated as
Okay.
part of the project.
And will we have places for fans or parents to sit?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, lots of benches are being added.
I'm sorry, you got to come to the mic for the record. But
So what I'm thinking, since she said restrooms, what about, remember when they used to have the concession stands? Are we going to start doing that again? Because that would be a great help if you're up there, like Waters, the ice cream, like back in the day. Just a thought.
okay. Thank you. Any other speaker from the public?
Seeing none, move to close.
Seeing no, move to
Second.
close by Councilman Mims, second by Councilman Davila and Councilman Khalid. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public hearing on item number 2. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call to close public hearing on item number 2. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to let the public know, we have many community meetings regarding the West Side Park renovation. And we took the input from the public to make sure all the demand from the public is met. My vote is yes to close the public hearing, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Khalid. Councilwoman Mims.
So, Councilman Khalid, I was going to say the same thing, but since you said it, I'll just add to it. This is not something that just came up on tonight. This has been a long overdue process. It costs a lot of money. I'm really grateful to see so many people have come alongside to, we've gotten a lot of grants and sponsors, even from the federal level, to make sure that this park gets done. I remember there was a conversation previously in the past to give this park away. This was one of the parks to give away, And I was one of the people that did not believe in giving any of the things that we own away. And I'm glad to see Councilman Khalid work very tirelessly with his community and the council and the administration. And this park is going to be renovated for millions of dollars. It's going to be absolutely beautiful. And I commend the work that you did with your team, Councilman Khalid. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Westside Park is a jewel to that community, and we had multiple community sessions, presentation as well, and community is really waiting for this. I had a question, and I believe that after this voting session, we can ask the question that when we had the presentation, also cricket, one of the sport field was added to the plan, and it's not mentioned on the description. I just want clarification that whether cricket field is included or is any change came. With that being said, my vote is yes to close the public portion.
Thank you, Councilman Udine. Councilman Velez?
I know we closed in the public hearing, but it's interesting that the scope of work that I read in here is not including restroom, is not including concession stands. I will be more comfortable when she stated that yes, it's going to have it, that we had it in writing in this paper. Because what's going to happen is that we're going to prove it moving forward, and it's not there, and it's not part of it. So I know, but the community just spoke about that she be visiting different parks, and the senior visit parks and all the parks, and they don't see bathrooms, they don't see concession stand. So, and that was requested, and the young lady say, yes, it's part of it to implement it, but I'm reading the whole scope of work here, and it's not. So you could clarify that, because then if the work is done and you don't see the concession stand or you don't see the bathroom, then we have to come back and get more money to add to that scope of work. So I'm comfortable because we're moving forward, but somebody just requests that, and they say that, you know.
Council members, when the
And what about the restroom? But it's not here in the paper, that's what I'm saying. If you look at the second whereas, it's not in the scope of work. So, yes. So, Madam BA, I'm reading the scope of work, and I don't see restrooms, the word restrooms, okay? So, moving forward, I'm happy that we receive all this funding from 3 sources, and moving forward, that's gonna be the best park in the city of Paterson, also in the second ward. My vote is yes. Well, I have to say that.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. When we get the community involved in any process, we definitely move on the right direction. As Councilman Khalid of the Second Ward stated, there's been a lot of multiple meetings with the community, getting the community input on this project, and it's been discussion for month and month, and we finally at this stage, which is definitely we're moving forward with this item. That park is extremely important, as I mentioned before, for the entire city of Paterson because of the site of the park. So with that being said, I'm ready to support this item. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 8 yeses, 1 absent. Public hearing on item number 2 is hereby closed.
Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 2.
Can I, Council President, if I could just clarify before the roll call on the item?
Madam BA.
Thank you, Council President. So regarding the restrooms, that's the existing comfort station in the scope of work, as you see there. So it's a renovation of the restrooms. That is included. But just as a reminder, this is really just for allowing for the pre-qualifications. Then we will be coming back, then we'll be able to have the bidding of the actual work, which has a much more detailed scope of work. And then we'll be awarding the bid near the end of the year, once all the bids come back. So there are multiple stages. This really is just to whittle down our applicants for the ones who can actually do the work at this higher level of a complex project.
Understood. Thank you, Madam BA. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 2.
Roll call on item number 2 for adoption. Councilman Abdulaziz?
So this is a great step forward. I know Councilman Kalik, we've been talking about Westside Park for numerous times, about finally renovating Westside Park. That is an eyesore. We've talked about getting the county involved, maybe making it part of the county park system, and Councilman Kalik, this is something you've been working hard with. One thing I do want to say, I don't know what the design phase, when it comes back, what I think should be done is connecting Westside Park with Pennington Park. A footbridge that if people are walking, right, there is no other side, and making it a true park complex, right? So if there's a walking path, you get it going. Right now, it's divided by the river. That is something, if a parent has one kid playing soccer at Pennington Park and another kid playing baseball at Totowa Oval, they could just walk over the bridge and whatnot, and really connecting two main parks together. So I look forward to probably seeing that. I know that cost is going to be good. Maybe we'll call it the Shaheen Khalik Bridge, but we'll see. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila?
I can definitely say, sitting here for 10 years and 8 of them with Councilman Kalik, he has been an advocate for the Second Ward and this park, and I know that when we sat down to discuss some art dollars and projects, you know, he actually did mention the bridge, all right, but I do also understand that it is very expensive. But, you know, I'm happy that this is being done. This, although it's in the Second Ward, this park is for all of the city of Paterson, just like Eastside Park is and all of the rest of our parks. So, you know, with that said, I'm in full support. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Khalik?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to highlight a couple of unique things that's going to be happening in this park. We're going to have a river walk, boat launch, picnic area, and children play area as well. And my council colleague Al Abdulaziz mentioned about the footbridge. We do have one by the other side. I know county is repairing it. Hopefully, Councilman Abdulaziz could help me to reach out to the county and get a footbridge from
Let's do
Totowa to Preakness to get it connected. Okay? Thank you.
GTD,
My vote is definitely yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Khalik. Councilwoman Mims?
So, Councilman Kalik, this is one of the reasons why I supported your reelection, because I knew the work that you started with Westside Park, working with your community, having various meetings, and when I was saying not to give the park away, you stood with your community and said this. You were in the same agreement, and this is the way we save things that we own. And I commend you for doing that, because I don't believe if I own it, I'm not giving anything away unless you're going to pay 4 times the price, right? But in this case, Councilman Kalik said, we're going to save the park, we're going to work with the community and find the money, and this is how you do it. You work with your community, hear their concerns, hear their input, and then you make it happen through the council. With that being stated, Second Ward, Paterson, this is a win for our city. Thank you, Councilman Kalik, for leading the charge. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So as my council colleagues mentioned, that this is going to definitely improve the quality of life of that neighborhood, and also this is going to bring the theme of the neighborhood. When you go to Eastside Park, there is a cricket field which is covering the Jamaican community who plays cricket, which is very unknown to many community members here. But the people, there's so many of our students to go to JFK High School and that neighborhood, so many of our athletes play cricket, so we are adding that to the list as well. So when he came up with the idea that we need to add the cricket field, the New City Parks, they were asking me how it is designed and everything, and that design came from our own Pattersonian cricket athletes. They designed it, and this is what approved for this modification of the park. So I definitely, like many other council members, waiting to see this park is renovated and the community is enjoying this facility. So with that being said, my vote is yes to this agenda.
Thank you, Councilman Udine. Councilman Velez?
So I'm happy that the funds when it says has been received funds, the funds are here. So to expedite it is the amazing part. So moving forward, thank you for the engineering, DPW, the committee, working together with Councilman Kalik. I know the councilman that decided not for mention only one park, is that park needed a renovation as soon as possible. So the promise are there, the actions are here. Let's move forward. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President,
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Definitely great project. I see that this governing body has been in full support behind Councilman Kalik of this effort, and also the administration as well. We're looking forward to see the park renovated and making sure that our community enjoy this beautiful project. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 8 yeses, 1 absent. Item number 2 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 22.
Sure. Just give me a minute. Item number 22 is a resolution recognizing and honoring Candice Crystal Cotton, Liberty Division Softball Coach of the Year 2024, and advance into state tournament in over 40 years. It's sponsored by Councilwoman Ruby N. Cotton.
Why is it
And
taking place?
Councilwoman,
Councilwoman Ruby N. Cotton, Councilwoman Maritza Davila, Councilwoman Dr. Lelisa Mims, and co-sponsored by all remaining members of the Municipal Council.
Second.
second.
It was moved by Councilwoman Cotton, Councilwoman Mims, and Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Abdelaziz and Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 22,
Roll call on
and
item.
second by Councilman Udine. My apologies.
Sorry.
Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 22.
Roll call on item number 22 for adoption. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Coach Kine, you don't need to be shy. You could stand over here so the guests could see you. She is the talk of the county. When I see other coaches come up to me and say, what's going on at Kennedy High School? And I said, man, thank God they hired her because the other coach really didn't know what he was doing, right, Coach? No, but congratulations, Candace. I've seen it, I've read about it, and I said your colleagues in Passaic County are talking highly about what you're doing at John F. Kennedy. I know you worked with my brother over there on the softball side, and I work with your mom over here. She's about to hit me. So congratulations, build on this, and continue the great things that you're doing. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say that along with my Councilwoman Marissa Davila and Councilwoman Dr. Lisa Mims, I saw it fitting that we honor my daughter, Candace Cotton. Let me tell you something. John F. Kennedy was built in 1965. My baby girl is the first female African-American coach that the girls softball team has had built since 1965. She broke the barrier, she broke the record. She's an athlete, and I'm proud of my daughter. She's an athlete. She's always been an athlete, playing AAU. She played for John F. Kennedy High School. She went to Verona Park. And I say to people all the time, I'm a athlete mom or a sports mom. I look at March Madness when those women, them young girls was playing in March Madness for the NCAA tournament. I love to watch young ladies play because they are really talented. And besides being talented, they're pretty. Besides being talented, they're pretty. And I say to my daughter, and I know your dad is watching over you, and I know he's proud because he went to every single one of your JV games when you were JV coach.
Yes.
Now that he could not be here, but let me tell you something, everyone. I'm a brag on my baby girl. She took the softball after coaching 3 years to the States in over 40 years. 40 years. They had not been there. And so now she's named Coach of the Year, which a female for softball, because we never had a softball female coach for John F. Kennedy High School girls softball. I just want to say to you all out there in the audience, I am so proud of her. Her dad would be proud. I know he's watching. And I always say, and you know I do everything I can to help out with the team. We're going to the batting cage, we're going to the strengthening coach, you know, just running, you know, because we have to make our children strong. When we're athlete parents, then we understand what we need to do. So Candace, I am proud, your dad's proud, your brother's proud, your sister's proud, your whole family's proud. And I want to say thank you to all my council members for letting me recognize my daughter going to the States after 40 years. Let me thank you guys for recognizing my daughter for being Coach of the Year that never been. Candace, I love you. Thank you. God bless you. And there's many more to come.
Yep.
God bless you, Candy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mommy.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman
here,
Davila.
Where you going?
Where you going?
I'm sorry.
No, she never plays so.
I don't need to, did you call me?
I called
You
it,
did.
yes.
All right, so, you know, this is very interesting. So when Councilwoman Cotton, you know, told me about this, I mean, without a doubt, as you can see, everyone here and everyone watching on TV land, who better than a parent to be able to speak on their child? And I have to say congratulations to you, because if it wasn't for you and Eddie Cotton being there for her, she would not be standing there. So I want to congratulate you too. Candace, you have a special place in my heart, and you know it, all right? And you know that you can always call, and I'll answer that call. But today, I have to say, I'm very proud of you. It's difficult when you're sitting on the political side, right? You're sitting on this dais, and we do so much for others, and, you know, we give them accolades and recognitions, and, you know, but when it comes to yours, people say, oh, well, you know, you shouldn't do that. And I think that, you know, Councilwoman Cotton, you bringing this to us, you know, and as the three females, you know, sponsoring it, and the rest of the council, I think that this is well-deserved. Congratulations, and I can't wait for the celebration.
thank
My
you.
vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Kalik.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you for making Paterson proud. Very well deserved. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Kalik. Councilwoman Mims.
When they said we couldn't, you did. When the door was closed, you busted open. When the ceiling had a limit, you said there's no limit. Women can do anything they put their mind to. They could pick up the bat to. They throw the ball to, whether it's a fast pitch, a slow pitch, or even a little walk. But I want to commend you as my niece, my soror, Paterson's history, because you're a part of our history because of the work you've done. Congratulations being the coach of the, you've always been our coach of the year. Paterson just recognized it because you've been doing this for a very long time. Thank you for saving our children, because that's something we don't talk about. When our children are part of softball teams and different teams, the coaches, so many times your cars are packed, making sure they have food and sandwiches. And I know Councilwoman Cotton, when I call her, she's like, I'm at the game. I can hear them in the background playing around, and that's always good to have a support system. But we appreciate you. If you need anything from us, you already know. Let us know. We got your back, we got your front, and we got your sides. Madam Clerk, this is historic for my niece and my soror. Absolutely, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine.
My JFK colleague.
Yes.
Very good to see you here with your mom and then with us. So one thing I see Ms. Cotton when not as a coach in the building, as a counselor. That's how I see her. Because many times we have issues with among our children. We see Candice Cotton explaining and showing the right path to our children. At that point, we have closed-door meetings explaining what's right, what's wrong, and that's what you do. So your role is very confusing, but very effective, telling you. But we're really proud of you. This entire JFK, entire city of Paterson is proud of you. You took us to the state level after 40 years. And it means a lot for JFK, as a JFK staff, I would say.
Yes.
And I would say today, we are honoring 2 JFK members. You and our principal, Jojo Sawyer, because that's another bad news for us, right?
Yes.
So you, as a leader in the school building and leading our children, not only in coaching field, but also in educationally, leading them, showing them the right path, we really salute you, everything you do every day. And You know my room number?
Yep.
All right. My vote is yes, and very good to see you here.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Udine. Councilman Velez?
So, a message from your Puerto Rican uncle. I'm happy because I saw you grow. Councilwoman Cotton and I was always in Eastside High School, and she always bragging about her daughter and her son in a positive way, because I would say that to the students out there, even to my kids, I say, be proud of me. Make me proud, but I had to make you proud too with my actions and the way I conduct myself, because we got kids out there that watch this meeting. We got kids that watch our political field. And the last thing I want to hear my son is say what you did wrong or what you doing wrong. So saying that, this is the best resolution I have seen because you have all the C's on it. C, coach. Crystal, Candice, Crystal, Cotton, coach. All the C is there. So in Spanish, a vote is C. God bless you. I know that you are making us proud, but more important, you're making your mother proud, and from heaven, your father. And I know up there, he's celebrating with you. Let's keep on supporting when it comes up to sport, and when you need something, don't be ashamed to come to the council and ask for our support. And also to the administration, this type of sports, she should have a position, at least part-time, in the recreation department to move this kind of sport in our youth and our ladies out there, because they need it. Those fields should be packed with kind of sport with females and supported by this administration, this council. Saying that, congratulations from your uncle, Luis Velez. Apruebo este mensaje. Sí.
Thank you.
Sí. Yes.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Councilman Velez. Mr. President,
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I definitely have to, I want to take this moment to thank Councilwoman Cotton, Councilwoman Mims, and Councilwoman Davila for bringing this incredible resolution. Congratulations. One of the biggest blessings that we could receive from God is to see our children succeed, is to see our children moving forward. And that's why you give it to your mom. Blessings and blessings. You make the city proud. Congratulations. Keep up the great work. You definitely are the role model that our children deserve. And I say thank you to my council colleague, because that's what we need to continue promoting. There's so many great things that happen in the city of Paterson, great things like you. So we want to say thank you for what you're doing for the city of Paterson. We need you more than ever, because we have a lot of children out there that they need to see successful people that look like them, that speak like them, and that's what you're doing. So God bless you, and I'm looking forward for the celebration. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
President. The votes are 8
President.
yeses, 1 absent. Item number 22.
Council President.
Just right after Madam Clerk announced the vote. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Item number 22 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims.
Council President, and to the mayor that's probably watching, to the BA, because of this historic event, I think there needs to be a proclamation from the mayor's office, and she should get the key to the city. This is a historic event. They've never had a female be the coach and be the coach of the year. So I'm putting it on the record. There needs to be a proclamation from the mayor's office, and this should be a press conference where she is presented the key to the city.
All right.
Mayor, I hope you heard
That's
that.
beautiful. Thank you,
Council
thank you.
President.
Crystal, you want to say a few words?
Thank you. Just would like to say thank you, and yes, Mommy knows, and everyone here knows, I've been an athlete forever. So basketball and softball been in my blood, and I've been playing since I was a little girl. So to come back and actually coach at the school that I played for, it's been an honor to just be there and to be in the same room. And now to just be in my 3rd year, I'm learning so much, but I'm able to still push and bring the girls to what they need to do. So I appreciate you. Mommy, thank you for that.
Oh.
Auntie Davila, Auntie Mims, Uncle, everyone in here, thank you for that support. Like Paterson, I want the people to see that Kennedy and Eastside are not these bad schools that they think that we are.
That is right.
So I wanted them to see that we can make things happen in our own city. So thank you guys, and I appreciate you. I'm a Paganite.
All right. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Well said, thank you. Council Cali, now we're going to proceed with item number 1. Madam Clerk, item number 1.
So, item number 1, it requires public hearing. It's introduction of the Downtown Special Improvement District 2024 budget. It's a resolution ratifying and adopting the 2024 budget of the Downtown Special Improvement District. It's a finance resolution 24:323.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims. Discussion, Councilwoman Davila.
Is the commissioner here? Well, actually, he's not commissioner on this, he's director.
The director is back there. Director,
Can
if you
please
could come
up?
to the mic, Director.
So, council members, I want, as the finance chair, just want to say that we had the director, the downtown city director, come to one of our finance meetings, and there was some discussion. I received numerous complaints about the downtown area and businesses pertaining to what's going on with the garbage. And I know that in our meeting, we had a discussion about possibly, uniting, okay, as the downtown CID. I can even show you up to today. When we're done, I'm gonna go over to you and I'm gonna show you the message that I got today from a CID a member. And so, before I move on to support this, I really need for you to sit down with the administration. I believe there's something that could be done specific to the downtown CID area. The complaints of the business owners, pertaining to the change in the way we're doing business now with the garbage collection, we all understand that there was an issue, and we all understand that change needed to be made. Unfortunately, it's been quite a few months, and there's still a lot more that needs to be done, but I want to put this on record and let all my colleagues, those that were not there in the finance committee meeting, that we really need to discuss the next steps of what we're going to do to assist these businesses, okay? And that's pretty much, I saw it's pretty much the same as last year. I just wanted to say that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Velez.
Yeah, Council President, thank you. Just to give a highlight, I had a meeting with the business owners from between Market Street from Chauncey to Mill. And for my surprise, I got him on the phone, the director, and the director informed me that that section is not part of the SID.
Correct.
SDI, okay? So we're gonna move forward, moving forward in some meeting that I'm gonna have with the director to include, move the lines of the SID to make sure they get the same benefit. And now that I represent the 510 of downtown that starts in Prospect Street up to the Great Falls, I know it's going to be beneficial for the business owner to be part of the SID. One of the things I will look into if this budget will support, now that the administration has only 2 days of garbage collection in this section of downtown, to see the SID could set up a program to cover at least 2 days of collecting the garbage, or something to make it better, but we could have that conversation moving forward if these individuals of this business join in the special district members, and then we could move forward doing things like beautifying downtown and other things.
Mr. President?
Councilwoman, one of the good things that since I being the councilman in that section, 510, we have been working in those stores that have been having problem with the awnings and the graffitis, and they have been compliant because I visited them, and I said, we need to beautify this area downtown. So, thank you, Commissioner / Director of SID for this. Thank you.
Councilman Dean?
All right, thank you, Council President. So, Director, one thing should be our main focus, that how can we keep the business in the downtown area? And as I have addressed even last year, that because so many things happening, I would say, and how can you solve it, just and I think administration should come up with the strategy. That first of all, the people are selling their products on the street. Let's say the furniture on the sidewalks, that's the everyday issue. When you directed me to the community improvement, I called, no inspectors available. So my point is, what's the solution? We are just directing to one person to another person. There's no solution coming. If we need to assign a specific inspector to make sure that they are addressing those issues, everyday issues, then we have to have someone. We cannot use an excuse that we do not have enough inspectors to issue tickets or addressing those concerns. Now, second thing is, those sellers selling products on the street. I have reached out to you, I have reached out to community improvement as well, health department as well, that they cannot make these stations. When they're making stations and selling their products on the sidewalk, the traditional market is losing their business. And they are paying high rents, taxes. What's happened is, end of the day, they're making the decision for not continuing their business, and they're closing, and that's why we're losing many businesses. We have to acknowledge that. Now, along with improving everything our council colleagues said, that graffitis and other stuff, but we have to at the same time remember that how can we bring business to that particular part of the city? And this is very important. Now, we don't want to see furniture on the street. At the same time, we don't want to see the people selling balloons on the Mother's Day in front of another place that is paying high taxes, high rents. So we need to address those concerns and make sure that our traditional market is getting the business. So I definitely would appreciate your specific, attention to it, because we cannot really, trust me, after.
Just a minute, Councilman Ding. Councilman Les, you have to come back to the chamber. You cannot leave because there's no quorum if you leave. I need 5 council members in the room to continue the meeting. Just continue, Councilman.
All right, thank you, Council President. So until last year, I sat down with the business owners. I walked to these businesses. I don't go there anymore because after hearing their concern, we can really solve the issue. So I definitely request your special attention to it so that we can keep our business people happy here, and also we can invite and we can improve their quality of the business in downtown area. And that credit will go to you if you can bring the change. So that's all I can say. I like to give you a big shout out in next time meetings. Please bring the change.
I completely agree with you, Councilman. It's like many other things, it's an enforcement issue, so we want to continue to work with the administration to address those as they come up. We identify them, pass them along to the proper authorities, and hope that they get addressed and that the individuals don't come back. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Director. Councilwoman Davila.
Council President.
Just to make a statement, first, it's my understanding, and I think that this needs to be addressed through the police department, that there's an issue going on Rosa Parks and Pearl, and this is why you see the commotion. So we need to attend to that with the police. But to get back to the director, we've had numerous conversations. As a councilwoman at large representing all the wards, one of the things that we had discussed was that there's a portion from Cianci to Mill that are not part of the downtown SID. So with that said,
Councilwoman Davila, if I
we
may.
understand.
If I may. Council members, we have no quorum. If a council member leave the room, you have to stay in the chamber in order for us to continue the meeting. Otherwise, legally, we cannot continue the meeting. So, yes, we do, ma'am. Just give us. Raphael, let's take
Councilman Wooten?
let's take 5-minute break
You gotta be
because
kidding me.
members of the public,
We're in the middle of hold on a minute. We are in the middle
council
of a public
members,
hearing.
please, let's take 5-minute break.
Council President?
Just-
Council President, there's a point of order here.
I understand.
We are in the middle of
So can
a
somebody
public hearing. We
call
can't
the
do that.
councilman? Just a minute, if there's no quorum, we cannot continue the meeting. We gotta wait for a council member to get in. Can we call Councilman Khalid, please? Director, so stay with us for a minute, so we cannot continue or take formal action if we don't have quorum.
We're
All
not
right.
taking formal action, we're having a
Stay in the
discussion.
room.
All right. So, as I was completing, Council President, as I was completing my statement, this conversation has been on for quite some time, all right? And so, what I would ask that, it's been a while, right? And so we definitely need to come back and really, discuss with those business owners if they're okay with that additional, because yes, it is an additional taxation. So if they're willing to do that, and if so, are their services gonna better? Because right now, it's just not that portion. We're talking from Mill all the way down to Memorial Drive. So that's bad. So I just wanted to just
Thank you.
make that statement.
If there's no other comments,
No,
so.
I just wanna bring a,
Councilman Mims?
a point of order. So
Yes.
we opened this item, and we just did the same thing previously, which we did not do this time. What we should have done was open the public hearing and then have the director speak. We missed all of that, and we just had the same occurrence.
So that was the next question to the Madam Clerk, because
Yes,
item
I-
24 is connected with the downtown, and it speak about a public hearing. So, Madam Clerk, should we move to item 24 and then go back to item number 1?
So I'll
So-
remove my second.
So I think that we're gonna move it item number 1, and then we're gonna move, next is gonna be item 24.
So we have to remove our
No,
motion.
no, 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 Council
24 is the
President.
Bunker
Council
Hill.
President.
24 is
Okay.
Bunker Hill.
Council President.
Just a minute, Councilman Velez.
Council President, we moved it and we
I-
seconded, we already had the public hearing.
I understand. Councilman Velez?
So my recommendation is, the director already spoke. Let's go with the public portion, of a public hearing, and then move for a vote. Why we want to
right.
cancel and come back on item 24 and come back? He already spoke. He
So
already
just
spoke.
for the record,
Go ahead, Madam
Mr.
Clerk.
President, I don't have a resolution for item number 24. It was never provided to us, so.
So item number 24, you don't have the actual resolution, but it's
No.
on the agenda.
It's on-
Council
but it's
President,
contingent
Just a
on-
minute, council members. Madam
I
Clerk?
guess item number 24 is contingent on the adoption of item number 1.
Madam Clerk.
So if item number 1.
That's not right. Item number 24 is the Bunker Hill, sir. That has nothing to do with us.
No.
Or 25?
Yeah, 24, Director 24 is also downtown.
24,
Councilman Delacis?
I think there's, and the CFO will tell you, this is just to introduce by title only, then,
Item 24 was just introduced by title only. This is to adopt the budget. So item 24 is not needed.
say that again?
Yeah.
Okay,
24,
so,
we did that already.
We did 24.
That's what I'm saying, 24 shouldn't be on this agenda. We did that, they advertised it. Today, we're here to adopt.
okay.
Exactly.
I understood, so let the record reflect, we're removing item 24, we're continuing with item number 1. If there's no other question, roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 1.
Council President, we cannot do roll call yet.
Sorry.
Sorry, Councilman.
We need to open the public
Public
hearing.
hearing is
and
required
then
on
we
this
could go on
item,
it.
so that.
Okay. So let me open the public hearing on item number 1. Members of the public that wish to speak on this item. Public hearing is now open.
Seeing none.
Hold on. Do you want to say something about item 1?
On downtown,
Yeah.
on the downtown improvement district.
As far as downtown is concerned, I agree with Odin. There's too many people on the street selling things. You can't walk down the street. I don't even shop downtown Paterson anymore. I don't go downtown. I might go through downtown to get home because loud music, everywhere you go, you got somebody shoving something in your face trying to sell it to you. You got people selling inside stores, selling on the streets. We like a third world country. We got to do better. And I'm gonna say this to the council, you all should be fine when you get out of your seats. This is ridiculous. You're trying to have a meeting, and you got 3, 4, 5 of y'all getting up, leaving out, excuse me, I'm speaking, leaving up out of here, and you got your president begging y'all to have a seat. That's ridiculous. I could sit my 3-year-old granddaughter here and say, Cayenne, sit down until the meeting is over, and she'll do it. And no disrespect intended.
Point of order, Council President, she needs to speak on the item. Corporation Council,
Like I said, I'm speaking on your behavior because this is ridiculous. I'm speaking on the behavior, and I didn't come down here to be disrespectful, but it was disrespectful to,
What does this have to do with this?
you be quiet, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to you. As I'm saying,
Give me a
I'm gonna
minute.
give you a
Just give
minute.
me
Go
a minute.
ahead.
Now, if you could speak on this item, public
Tell her to shut
portion,
up.
give me a second. Public portion is next. You
Okay,
can
no,
comment
I
on
will.
you
No
can comment
problem.
about any topic on public
I
portion.
sure will.
Just concentrate on
Because
item number one about the
I
other
feel disrespected for
topic.
Orlando. But I apologize to you because I didn't realize it was your ward.
Yes, sir.
And I know I said that's why I apologize to him. You should be present. Everybody else should be present in their seat.
Thank you. If there's no other speaker, can I have a
Seeing
motion to
none, move to
close?
close. Move to
Move to close by
Second.
Councilman Mims, second by
Second.
Councilman Velez and Councilman Odine and Davila. Roll call to close the public hearing on item number one, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call to close public hearing on item number 1. Councilman Abdulaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila?
Where'd Director go? I'm right here. All right. You already spoke. I'm gonna support it. All right? You wanna sit down next week? My vote is yes.
Councilman Kalik?
This is to close the public hearing?
Close the public hearing.
Yeah, I'm gonna say a word or two. The people panhandling or selling things outside, we do have law and order in city. We need to enforce it. It has nothing to do with being in the third world country or first world country. It shows the ignorance of individuals who come up in the mic and speak. Okay? It has nothing to do with being a third world country. We have a law and order. I'm speaking. We live in a country.
I'm sorry, members of the public, if I may, Councilman, just public portion, it's in a minute. You're gonna have 3 minutes. You're gonna have 3 minutes to speak.
It's my turn. It's my turn.
Give me a minute,
It's my turn. It's
Listen,
my turn.
members of the public, public portion is gonna be next, and you're gonna have 3 minutes to express yourself. Please allow the council member to make their comment. Please, Councilman Khalid.
We have a law in the book. If anybody breaking the law, we need to have enforcement in city of Paterson. It has nothing to do with being in the third world country or first world country. There it shows, like I said, I'm gonna repeat it. It shows the ignorance of the people. My vote is yes to close the public hearing, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman
Please.
Kalik.
Please.
Councilwoman Mims?
Members of the public.
Point of order, Council President.
Please, so council members, now, members of the public, just a minute. Just a minute.
And he got reelected.
Listen, I know, but I understand. No, give me a second. Members of the public, just give me a minute. Just, members of the public, give me a minute. You have your time to speak. Can I have a minute for a second? No. Can I have a
Council
minute?
President, point of order, she cannot go back and forth.
Listen.
She cannot, she had a time, that's it.
Well, the police officer is there. If we're
That's a
gonna
threat
have
right there, Council
to, if
President.
if we have to remove.
That's a threat right there, Council President.
Okay, can you allow me to speak? Can you give me a minute? Yeah. Can you allow me to speak? No. Can you allow me to speak? Now I'm gonna say, if you see, I have never, just a minute. You said you're gonna allow me to speak, right? Now allow me to speak. If you see me, I never asked a police officer to remove somebody from this chamber. Now I'm gonna say this very clear. If you're in this room, you cannot come and disrupt this meeting. Let me finish. You could make your comment. You got 3 minutes in public portion and you're free because this is the people's house. But when the council members are making their comment and their vote, You cannot disturb the meeting and disrupt the meeting because you don't like a comment about a Council Cali. I'm going to ask respectfully, let's continue this meeting. We have a phenomenal agenda with a lot of important items for the city. Now, if you allow me, let me finish this meeting, and we're going to have public portion. You're going to have 3 minutes to speak. After the 3 minutes, you're going to sit down and allow the next person to speak. Thank you. Councilman.
Dr. Mims?
So, let me just bring some clarity. So, thank you, Executive Director, for the work that you're doing in the downtown area. There is definitely room for improvement and expansion, if at all possible. I'm not sure if it has to go through the majority rule vote on your board or whatever that looks like, but just make sure you set the clear parameters, put some safeguards in place. I also want to state that when it comes to downtown, the homeless, the vagrants, the loud music, the selling on the curb, it is not the downtown SID's responsibility. That is a part of our administration to make sure through our community improvements, our inspectors, and our police department that we enforce the law. So that's not directly to you, because if you have issues, you have to call us to get it resolved. So I just wanted to bring clarity that it's not you that has to handle that. That is something that has to be handled here internally, and there's a lot of issues all over the city. But thank you for the work. This is to close the public portion. We'll be voting next, but I just wanted to bring clarity. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine?
My vote is yes to close the public portion.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez?
This is to close the public portion.
The public
The
hearing.
public hearing. Yeah, I will do my remarks when I come down. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President?
My vote is yes to close the public hearing, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The vote are 8 yeses, 1 absent. Public hearing and item number 1 is hereby closed.
Thank you. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 1.
Roll call on item number 1 for adoption. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton? Yes. Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
So this goes both sides. It's not how you say things, it's not what you say, it's how you say things. Both sides goes, from the public and us. In my understanding, the Public Portion Act, even as a hearing for this item, some people talk in the items, but they take the opportunity also to address other things. And I have to respect the freedom of speech in that part, okay? Regarding the request that she was adding to it, it's true. We need to have, and councilmen and councilwomen, we need to have a serious talk to the officer in charge of this city. We need to have a serious talk with our officer in charge of the city. The state came in, took out the relation of the community out, because right now, if there's a shooting, if somebody got murdered yesterday, or there was something going on yesterday with PD, we don't know what's going on. You know how we find out? When we start receiving calls. When we start receiving calls. We need to have a serious conversation, because the OIC has a relation with PD, quote, quote, but what's the relation that he have to we could address these issues with OIC, because I see the same paneling guys in the street, I see the same individuals in the corner, and they talk about Broadway. Meanwhile, the other side is affected, and the other side is infected. I see sometimes the same individual in the same corners doing the same thing, and still summer is not here, and we got shootings all over. Thank God nobody got hit on Rosa Park and Pearl Street, and yes, it's the 5th Ward, and the reason I went back and forth is because I have a constituent that her mother lived in that same corner, and I had to address my constituent's concern. So, saying that, Director, we never had a problem communication how long we want to see it downtown. You know, we have the communication, but you also need the assistance of the police department when you call and you know that there's people out there without permit, for they could come and address it. And inspectors. I seen it. You call them, they don't come. So, you know, meaning in the time that you need it. So saying that, this is a collaboration, and I'm gonna say this last for least for my colleagues and for the public. Elections are over. Working together will never end. So we need to get a medium to see how we can work together and make the city of Paterson proud. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Councilman Jackson, I know you're just here, but we're voting on the budget for the Special Improvement District, Downtown Improvement, Special Improvement District. If you'd like to offer your vote on that one.
So, full transparency, Madam Clerk, I'm going to just say this. I have not had an opportunity this year to review it. It's going to be tough for me to stand in opposition and or support, but just relative to what Councilman Velez, some of what I heard, you know, I don't think we understand here how this council endorses and or by way of not contesting supports the environment or the conditions that we set forward. Now, I don't know if anybody had mentioned it yet, but I mean, I'm sure many have seen it by now, but I had the unfortunate pleasure of watching an 8-year-old kid get hit by a car on May 1st, it was. So here, I just saw it today, as a matter of fact. It was just brought to my attention today. This young man was hit by a car. See, many people might say, well, you know, it's an accident, and accidents happen. No, we set the environment. We allow for the environment to be set in such a way to where we overload the community, so where cars gotta dodge around each other, and you have, you know, parking that's being done inappropriately, it's not being regulated, you know, and we fill up the community in areas where, you know, and I don't see the director of DPW. I'm not sure if he's here, but I'm sure he's listening. I can't wait for it, and I understand. Brother Statuto and his crew, they're overloaded. I can't wait for Jefferson and Clinton Streets to be changed, because it's so dangerous. When you come and you turn it around those corners, you can't see these little people. You can't see. You're on the hill, your car's up in the air like this, you turn it around the corner, you can't see. So this young man, and if nobody has mentioned it yet today, I would deem it as being a travesty, because somebody in our city was struck by a vehicle where his leg was scheduled to be amputated, his hip was scheduled to be amputated today. He's on dialysis now, 8-year-old kid. His spleen was broken, his intestines was smashed into his hip, his genitals was crushed.
Yeah.
This young man is in horrible condition. But we set the environment, and we think it's okay. Just last week, you know, I got a phone call from a mother who, her daughter was coming home from doing laundry because her basement was illegally stolen, commandeered by the landlord, who basically said, it's my house, I do what the hell I want to do here. He's been written and cited, red stickers placed on the door. He doesn't care. He continues to just do whatever he wants to do. So this young lady had to go out now and go to the laundry. On her way back from the laundry, on Clinton and North First, she drove past an active shooting where over 12 rounds was let off. Feeling relieved because she didn't get hit by one of the rounds, she's coming around Garfield Avenue. Here a police cruiser is going down the wrong way on the one-way, smashes into her, almost tipping her car over. It's the environment. This environment, and for those who keep saying, moving the city forward, I can't wait. This city's not moving forward because I don't feel safe. An 8-year-old kid gets run over by a car. And has anyone mentioned it today? Has the administration talked about it? Have we talked about doing some things to make sure that the environment, so we close the parks while parks, we're spending millions of dollars and doing ribbon cuttings and press conferences, but there's no programming for these kids, so they're riding their bikes in the middle of the damn street, getting struck by a car and the rest of their lives are changed, and we sitting here acting like we're doing something progressive. No, we're failing our community. We're failing our community. When you have a kid who feels that he has to ride his bike in the middle of the street because we haven't set the environment properly. Can't do that right next door in Heldon, Prospect Park. You know why? They enforce certain laws. They don't target their own residents and ticket and tow because they're too close to the corner. No, they make sure if you roll through a stop sign without coming to a complete stop, you get banged with a ticket, consistently. They make sure that if you do illegal construction in the community, they hit you with a ticket, consistently. But I digress. Some may say, well, how's that relative to the downtown city? It is, because we allow money to be spent in our community, and the environment is set. I just walked in a building where 12 white garbage bags is placed right in front of this building. That's illegal. According to our ordinance, you cannot do that. This building is in the downtown city. So here we are allowing for the environment to dictate how our community is being driven. But, and I can't really, Brother Cruz, we have not had an opportunity to sit down. I mean, obviously, you've been getting the approval even in times when I've been totally against these options. This doesn't say anything about you directly, but I cannot continue to support spending when the environment is in such a horrible condition. When I gotta go visit a family and their 8-year-old kid is getting their freaking leg amputated because the environment is so volatile, where people think they can just blaze around, speed around all over the place, and then you have people talking about how they've been working to reduce crime well before the Attorney General got here. We all know that that's a fallacy at best. But if we're gonna sit here and continue to praise and feel good about where we are and feel good about how clean the city is, how clean the First Ward downtown city is, then I'll just continue to stand alone, because I'm not happy about where it is. I'm not convinced that we're doing the right thing, and it's just more money to be spent and allowing the conditions to continue the way they are. Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And Director, so you've been in the multiple meetings that we have a conversation about the condition of that town, the amount of garbage that we have in downtown. Downtown needs help. Downtown needs help. The city is filthy. And it's a concern that we all need to sit down and have a conversation. I saw that you are very open to continue the dialogue with the new company that we have with Philco, and come together and sit down and get back to picking up garbage 6 days a week, because our downtown business, they don't have the backyard that they could storage garbage. They have to take the garbage out, and we see garbage for 2 and 3 days in downtown. Who's gonna come to our downtown? Nobody wants to come to a filthy downtown. Nobody. Trust me, and that's affecting all business, and it's affecting the city. So this is a dialogue that we all have to sit down and work. I'm very satisfied that you're very open to work with the new company, work with the administration, because the only way that we're gonna fix this problem is by having that conversation. The item for Philco is not on the agenda, but it's gonna be on the next discussion, the next meeting. Before that meeting, we need you in the room the same way we did, in order for us to put the plan together to clean our downtown. And not only downtown, the entire city. But that's another topic, because our city is filthy, and if we want to make progress in the city of Paterson, we have to keep our city clean. People connect the garbage with crime in the city of Paterson, and the first impression that people from outside have when they walk into Paterson, it's just the garbage that they see around. So that conversation will take place on the next workshop, and by seeing that you're open and ready to work with the city, work with the new company and the administration to get it done, that's what I'm expecting, and that's the reason why I'm here. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 8 yeses, 1 no. Item number 1 is hereby adopted.
Madam
Council
Clerk, public
President,
portion.
Council President.
Council President.
Councilman Mims.
So to the public, I just want to request or plead to the community. There is a pictures and a video that is circulating on social media in regards to the 8-year-old child.
Sophia.
For myself, as an educator, a mom, and a grandmother, I didn't need to speak about it from this platform because I've spoke to the mother several times. As a community, let's keep that child in prayer. The child is on social media, has had approximately almost 17 surgeries already, still going through. So for me, as someone who is a woman of faith, I believe in prayer, and that's what we should be doing. We should be praying for this child, praying for the mother, praying for their siblings, and praying even for the driver. We have to understand, there's a law that has been passed, the Criminal Bail Reform Law. If you're not familiar with it, you have to study it. With the Criminal Bail Reform Law, what it says, and it's not locally, it comes from the top, and that when someone does crimes or has incidents, if they don't have anything on their jacket, so to speak, a crime, or they've done anything of a significance, what happens is they are released of their own recognizances, right? Police officers are here, and most times it's within 24 hours. So the mother is fighting for justice for her child because the person or the individual that hit the child, I guess he's out or she's out, so she's looking for justice. That is another process. She's seeking legal counsel on that. But as for us, as even council members, we have to pray for the child, the mother, the family, and especially pray for whoever was involved in doing this. That's our role. It is not our fault, us sitting here. It's not the mayor's fault. It's whoever hit this young kid. I'm an educator. I work in the school every single day. I reached out to the principal of the school. I spoke to her today to ask what else can be done. What are you doing? I wanted to get some more details, and I'm going to be putting together something, and I'm going to reach out to this council so this council can make some donations to help with the mom as she has to commute from Paterson to the hospital to see her child every single day to make sure that her child is getting the necessary care that is rightfully needed. So I'll be reaching out. You'll see me posting, sending out some messages, but that is our role. It is not for this platform to use that concern because it's a very serious concern. They tagged a few of us on it. Some people on this council probably haven't even seen it, but they did tag a few of us on it. But our biggest role right now is to pray for the 8-year-old young man. We got to pray for him. We got to pray for his mother. We got to pray for those siblings. We got to pray for those people. That's what we need to do. That's what we have to do. And I'm asking everybody, everyone that knows how to pray, and if you don't know how to pray, it's just talking to God. Yeah. Send up a prayer. Say, provide healing and a miracle to this young guy that is a resident of our community, and even if he wasn't, he needs prayer. Pray for strength for his family while she's going through, because no one knows what it is like when your sibling or your child is sick or has went through a serious accident. I know because I almost lost my son when he was 1 year old. So when I saw the pictures, it brought back memories for me as a mom whose son, at 1 year old, his appendix ruptured, which is something unknown in this country to happen. And then when he was 8 years old, he was hit by a car of somebody that was speeding in the city of Paterson. So it hits me a little differently. So we have to be careful when we're saying things, because we don't know how it impacts anybody. But I have spoken to the mom, and I will continue to reach out and speak to the mom, and I will also make sure that we will do something to help this mother offset some of the things. And some people, they may not care. Mims, you said that already. I'm going to say it 50 more times. I'm going to say it 20 more times. You know why? Right. Because if we don't show compassion for other people, one day you'll be in the very same situation. Yeah. So you always have to extend yourself to others, because you never know. I understand in this community that the rhetoric and the loud noise and the yelling and screaming, people love that. But where is the compassion? Where is the heart and love for one another without the backbiting and the talking back, whispering under your breath about people? Stop it. We have to stop it, because guess what? When you don't think people hear you and are watching, God sees and hears everything. And your day is coming. Your day is coming, so be very careful of you sitting in a place where someone is giving wise counsel and you're being judgmental and you're providing hypocrisy. We have to be very careful, because that's a young man that is laying in that intensive care unit fighting for his life. Paterson, let's pray for him. His name is Joshua. Let's pray for Joshua and his mother and their siblings. Thank you so much, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman. Very quick, Councilman Jackson, Councilman Velez, and it's after, so it's 8:49. I know a lot of people that they have to go back home and they're waiting for the public portion. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Council President. I'll be extremely brief. If you think the environment that we set is not conducive to the things that are happening, you're absolutely incorrect. Every time you allow for a garage to be converted into an apartment, and then you have more cars on that block, there's parking, and cars got to swerve in and out. And I respect prayer, and there's a place for prayer, but there's also a place for action. And prayer without action is pointless. We have to make sure that our community is conducive for our young people to have a safe environment, not to be in these kinds of conditions. Now, I'll just say this. A big election just took place, and the mayor went off, raised well over $60,000, $70,000 for somebody to run against me. I challenge everybody who ran, who raised this money. This woman has a GoFundMe page up. Whatever money that people have left and in their campaign fund, give it to this young child. Don't just talk about doing certain things. Be about the action of it. If you could raise $70,000, $120,000 for a campaign, what can you do for an 8-year-old kid that was struck, that's fighting for their life, while their family, who's suffering? Don't sit here and talk about doing things. See, I didn't raise that much money for my campaign, but I tell you what, I'm gonna make sure that I make a contribution. This is the setting for it, because we gotta make sure that our community within its entirety understands what's at stake here. This young child senselessly struck, and it's not uncommon. It's going on all the time. You have people being shot at, people being, innocently driving, being struck by police vehicles. It's the environment. If you believe this environment is not toxic, then you're absolutely wrong. And it's this council's responsibility to hold the administration accountable to repairing this environment. And we're not doing it. I'll rest it there, Council President. Thank you.
Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Council President. Sometimes we need to listen to the negative and turn it into positive ideas. I recall, and you had to be in those shoes. I lost a stepson in Newark, run by the truck. You had to be in those shoes. People talk about theory, I talk about experience. I lost a stepson that everybody knows, and I gotta blame the driver, him, the whole world, of what happened. Thanks God for the prayers that came down those days. And still, we didn't have a conclusion what happened. But you know what was my positive idea in that moment of trial? I found out that there was a problem in McCarty Highway. I met with the state, the Newark municipal government, the traffic engineer of that area. Now you see lights all the way around the McCarty Highway. I spoke to them, let's work on this. Turning negative into positive idea. The accident I had in Route 46, everybody called me murder, I turned it into positive idea. I went and met with Bergen County, met with DOT, met with everybody in that world over there in the area. When I had the accident, I turned the negative into positive idea. gave him the idea of what happened, for no happen, continue happening. And they're gonna work on that. They're gonna put a bridge going to the other side. They're gonna fence Walmart so people don't cross the highway like crazy men to take a bus. That's turning negative to positive ideas. In this case, in the city of Paterson, I could attest that we have created more than 30 programs with collaboration, after-school program with collaboration with the school district, with our own money, with taxpayer money, the police department doing program for our youth. I see those kids and bikes in the middle of the roads, more than 25. No helmet, no nothing. You tell them where to go, they don't want to follow. One question is, and I don't want to question the accident, but some of those kids come with a culture of conduct that they don't want to obey. They cross the road, they run the bikes all over, and nobody can say nothing. What I say is, where's the parents also to get involved in the education of the kids? So you have to be in those shoes to be able to appreciate what you're saying. And I know that I'm doing my part as a legislator to make sure that we put the recreation, the after-school program, the district's trying to do what they have to do to move the city forward, you like it or not.
Thank you. Councilman Mims, Councilwoman Cotton.
I know, you always, thank you, Council
3 minutes.
President. I just want to say to Councilwoman Mims, you know, prayer is important. Prayer helps people get through things. Life is tough, it really is, but I just want to say that, you know, we all here are going to make a donation, but you know what? We got to start looking at our state laws. We got to look at ours. There's no way in the world you can get $1 a day insurance. That means that car only got a value of about $5,000. This kid's probably going to be $1 million with everything. So all the donations that we can give, but we got to start looking at state laws that are not requiring people to carry the right amount that they need to carry. You know, and so let's all keep this young kid in prayer. Let's pray for him. Prayer will help you get through things. Let's keep him in prayer. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, thank you, Councilwoman. Let's call the first speaker, Madam Clerk. Let's open the public portion now. Members of the public, you have 3 minutes to express your concern. We have 8 speakers only, council members. Let's go. So let's call the first speaker.
The first speaker is Ms. Eva L. Razek.
Thank you. I think I saw Eva.
She's not here.
She's outside.
She's there.
Eddie Olivares.
Listen, so before Mr. Olivari, there's a red Toyota plate ending with MMM that the window is open. If anybody has a red Toyota in the room, just in case the back window is open. Good evening.
Yes, good evening, everyone. Tonight, we have talked a lot about the filth in the city. Mr. Velez said that we need to have a serious talk with the administration regarding all the filth downtown. And I ask you, where have you been for the last 8 years? Why haven't you had that conversation with the administration? Have that serious talk with the administration. And, you know, you mentioned, Councilman Jackson, you mentioned this election. And I was so happy to work on your campaign. And let me tell you, you have 8 people on that council that did everything they could to get you out. And I am so glad that you prevailed. You are the only voice on that council that we can trust. And I'll leave it at that. But I was so happy because it was the effort to get you out of your seat was enormous. But you guys failed. All of you tried. It didn't work. But I want to go back to what's going on in the city. The filth, you keep on talking. I mean, Mr. Kalik, he keeps on talking about moving the city forward. I just heard the council president and all of you talk about the filth on the streets, on our streets. And I heard the Mr. Mendez, Councilman Mendez, say that nobody wants to go downtown because of the filth. Okay, are we moving it forward? Is that what you call for moving it forward? The crime on the streets? Is that what you call moving it forward? People are embarrassed to say that they live in Paterson. Is that what you call moving it forward? I mean, wake up, guys. I understand you can win the elections. You know how many elections Bob Menendez won, that crook? Same is true here. You can win elections. You can lie, you can deceive, you can cheat. You can do all of those things and win an election. And it is true, and Dr. Mims, no, Mr. Jackson did not ask me to come here and say these things because he needs to look good. He does a good job all on his own. You guys make it easy for him to look good because he's so foolish. You guys are children. You guys are children. Look at you with the smirk on your face. You're children. You don't act like legislature. You're supposed to be running a city. And it is terrible. Our city is in bad shape. And it is you to blame. All of you. And if you had any brains, you would say, well, you know what, the only person that's going against the grain is Mr. Jackson. So, you know what?
Your time is up.
Let's try.
Next speaker.
Let's try something different.
Next speaker.
And with this, I will conclude. Mr. Velez, with this, I will conclude. Okay?
Oh, you're going to say that?
Let's try something different because what you've been doing for years and years and years has not worked. Try something different.
Next speaker, Madam
The
Clerk.
next speaker is Mr. Abed
Thank
Tabata.
you. Go ahead.
Or Miss Eva.
Eva Resach, please. Just to let the record reflect that she just let him to finish a phone call there.
Sorry. I came with a different agenda up here, but just things that have gone wrong. I don't know, I have to say this. I'm gonna say this, I'm probably gonna get in trouble, but that's okay. We can't keep pointing fingers that you guys are doing this or you guys are doing this because our city is dirty because of the people that live in it. Why are we taking accountability of what we're really doing? I don't mean to be funny, my friend. I don't want to argue with you. That's not my flow. But I got to say something. I got chills. I feel like throwing up because I feel real sick. I kid you not. I kid you not. I've been in this city for a long time, 56 years and a half. I'm going to be 58. And I kid you not, if we, parents, us, don't take responsibility, merchants, anybody that lives in the city, how the hell in the world are we going to keep pointing fingers that you did it, you did it, you did it, you did it? How the hell? We can't move forward unless we take accountability. The kids in the street, I'd be damned. My kids are adults, and I'd be damned if my kids would be doing something that they shouldn't be doing. If everybody, all merchants, all parents, anybody that lives in the city wants to take accountability of the streets, of their homes, of their business, nothing will look the way it look. If everybody in their ward, and I don't mean to be funny, their ward is clean. Yeah, you have people that come and dump, but then, I kid you not, I'll be calling Mr. Mendez, I'm like, Mr. Mendez, what's up with all this garbage? And somebody has to come and pick it up. We can't come on the mic, and I don't want to be funny, my friend, we got a kumbaya, I got kumbaya with you. No, and argue and point fingers and say you guys are responsible because you're not. You're only one person. Everybody should be accountable for their mess. If your child is out in the street at a certain time, shame on the parents. It's like now in the education field. Teachers are feel that they're overwhelmed. Why? The parents are not taking accountability that their children go to school. I don't mean to be rude. I've been in this town for many years, and hey, I don't want for nothing because I get myself caught up in trouble. But I got to say something. We cannot come up to this mic and start attacking people over and over and over and over again. It looks messed up. Why? Because people are looking at us and saying, look at them fools, look at them fighting. Let's instead of throwing wood in the fire, let's shut it down. Let's cheer. Another thing that I wanted to say, I wanted to congratulate, last week there was an event for the veterans. Salute all the veterans because my nieces are in the Army. My grandfather served in World War II. Also, each and every one of you guys who have won, you know I care. You know I care. And if I didn't, I wouldn't say it because I get caught up for being honest. But let's take accountability and let's kumbaya, papi. Coño, let's kumbaya, let's share ideas, let's love one another. Let's not come, I know my 3 minutes up, but let's come up here and let's do love. You know why? You know why? Because if a tornado hits or a tsunami hits, we're all doomed. And this child that is going through issues now, we all should pray. Each and every one should pray. And prayers do work, because let me tell you something. If you don't believe in Jesus or God or whomever, you're in trouble. And once again, let's come on this mic, let's love one another. We might not look the same, because if everybody was to look like me, that would be a problem. But let's love one another, and let's stop pointing fingers at one another, and let's share. Because you know, each and every one of you guys know, I don't live in all these wards, but I've helped each and every one in different wards. Me, and I never asked for credit. But let's share, let's not come up here, coño papi, and fight. Love you guys. Once again, I am so sorry. And I crossed the issue a little while ago because it was my mom's ward where they were shooting, and my mom is almost 80 years old. And I'll be damned if I'm not going to handle this issue. And Mr. Bellis, that was your word. That's why I came and said something to you. Not that I wanted to disrupt anybody. Sorry. And once again, my public, I love each and every one of us. Let's love each other. Let's respect each other.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Mr.
Council President, point of order for a minute. Council President, I'm getting messages that the speakers are speaking too close to the microphone, and it sounds like static. Okay, so just be mindful when speaking not to be so close to the microphone.
Just use the
Thank you.
2 inches
We'll
from the
try.
microphone.
2 inches?
Yeah, 2 inches. That's the
I got you.
protocol. Yeah.
All right, protocol. Protocol.
Yeah, 2 inches.
Good evening, Abed Tabata, 6th Ward. So as I stated in the last regular meeting, thank you, Madam BA, for some of the answers, questions that I proposed. But a suggestion that I gave was to Council President was that public portion is listed in the ordinance as probably number 4, right after payment of bills, and same thing actually on the agenda that's given out. Public portion is right there, right before consent agenda. So residents could actually speak on items that are involved in the consent agenda, because it is our taxpayer money most of the time that's getting paid for this stuff, such as the 163, 177 Pennsylvania Avenue. Now, you guys voted number 14 on a contract with Paulus, Salowski and Sauter for architectural and engineering design services. Is that money from 2018 still there, the $7 million that was slated for the OEM project? Or is there more money being put into that project? Another thing is, which is great, with the Westside Park renovation project fact sheet, with the 3-year minimum experience. They voted on the 2023 citywide road resurfacing program, which gave the contract to American Asphalt and Trucking LLC. When was that when did that company get into business? They didn't meet the 3-year minimum requirement that Westside Park is going to require. Are we just giving away money? We should actually look into that and see and do factual sheets. Yes, the company came into business in September of 2021. Today's May 2024. That's less than 3 years. So we could continue going on and on through this agenda. And Council President spoke about Philco Carding, item 29. I don't know if it was removed, but it's on this agenda over here, for the contract to extend from June 1st, 2024 through December 31st, 2025. And it says no bulk pickup. And we've been complaining about bulk pickup. So I don't know, it's been removed? All right, that's a good thing. I hope that it could be revisited with bulk pickup. And last thing, as all of you guys know, and most of you guys attended 2 weeks ago, the Palestine Day on Palestine Way event. It's been 235 days since the war in Gaza has started. And primary elections start tomorrow, early voting. So I do recommend everybody to go uncommitted for presidency. It's unfortunate the Democratic Party has paid and paved their way to supply funds to foreign wars that do not affect us. Our country is being affected today with our veterans. Our veterans are homeless. There's no money for the veterans from the government, but we're sending billions of dollars for wars to kill innocent people. So please, please, vote uncommitted. And the congressional also, I suggest everybody to look into Mohammed Karula and try to go that way. Let's get rid of Bill Pascal. Thank you.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Wahida Mohammed.
In God's name, good evening.
Good evening.
First of all, I want to know, when we come to this building, is there a certain time we can and cannot get in here? Because today when we got here, we were told we couldn't come in. Very nastily, we were told we couldn't come in. So we were made to stand out there for another 10 minutes. And your BA walked past us and saw us standing there, and we still had to wait until, I guess, whatever they decided, the guy that was down there decided to let us in. So I need to know if there's a specific time, so I don't come down here standing outside like I'm some fool that don't know where I'm going. First thing I want to say, too, I want to say thank God for the first ward. That the voters decided, Councilman, that we needed you. And I just thank them for bringing you back for us. Because while they're building, you're battling for us. And we appreciate that. The other thing I want to say, this resolution 13, Councilwoman Ames talked to the president and told him why she needed you all to pull that resolution, not to just go ahead and pass it, because it's already been out to bid. So why is it going back out to bid again? And yes, they spoke with us. We came up with the plans. We told them what we wanted, and now it's going out to bid again? What is that all about? But we know we're going to get some story. The other thing I want to know is, so, of course, since you all got reelected, your positions as chairs of those committees won't be changed until your new president, whoever that's going to be? Okay, just wanted to know. The more I ride through this city, the more I see so many illegal things that's happening. I don't understand that. And we sit here and talk about moving forward. That's what the forward is? That I can come by one day and no driveway, the next day there's a driveway? I can come past a building site with no permits hanging anywhere? All kinds of things is happening. But the thing that really gets me is that you all are talking about now how downtown looks a mess, when right next door to City Hall, that guy put out junk every single day, and there was nothing done. So why is it now all of a sudden, oh, we have to do something? We should have been done something. But of course, that's moving forward. The other thing I want to know is, when we decide that you are coming back to City Hall, when is that going to happen? Do you know anything about that? October is the date? Or somebody just said that? None of you said that. Somebody back here said? Okay, whatever. Maybe we'll find out one day when you're going to come back. Thank you.
Moving forward, next speaker.
Mr. Elvis Durhan.
Mr. Elvis Durham, 4th Ward, Paterson, New Jersey. Before I get into my announcements, the politicians in the city need to be honest to the people. One of the queens in our community just asked, when we going to go back to City Hall? It's not going to take 2 months, 3 months. That's a historic building. Be honest, October, November, be real. It take money to fix that. That building's, that part of City Hall has supposed to got fixed in 2010. But they waited till something happened. Be honest to the people. We voted y'all in. Just want to say thank you to the Queen Wahina Muhammad for coming to my birthday celebration. The annual African Heritage Parade is Saturday, June 15, 2024, at 10 o'clock a.m., and it's going to start from the Masonic Temple, 224 Broadway, Paterson, New Jersey. Our female Grand Marshal for this year is the Queen of Paterson, New Jersey, Vera Ames. Male Grand Marshal, Teddy Martinez. The Duty Grand Marshal is Vladimir Freeman, aka Big V. To everybody that's out there on TV land, this is the African Heritage Parade. We need to get involved. You say we don't got too much in the black community? Stop talking. You could be in this parade. Every business should be in this parade. I would love to see a representative from Jacksonville in this parade. I heard the comeback of Jacksonville coming soon in a couple months. It's good advertisement. For more information, you can contact Ada, 862-823-5483 to be in this parade. Let's make this parade bigger and better. The Paterson Juneteenth celebration, Saturday, June 15, 2024, starts at 12 o'clock p.m. at Westside Park, 800 Broadway, Paterson, New Jersey. Lots of surprise guests going to be there. Vera Ames, 77th birthday celebration. Vera Ames, the Queen of Paterson, New Jersey, 77th birthday celebration, Saturday, June 8th, 2024, starts at 1 o'clock p.m. at Vera Ames Community Park, 130 Rosa Parks Boulevard, Paterson, New Jersey. That's the announcements for this week. God bless you and peace.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Deborah Hannibal.
Council President, once again, please, to the speakers, try to keep yourself away from the microphone.
Okay. Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
Deborah Hannibal, Paterson, New Jersey. Good evening, Madam Clerk.
Good evening.
To the Council, to the administration. I'm here just to remind everyone that the primary election is June the 4th. You can go to vote411.org to get information about the candidates. Early voting begins on Wednesday, tomorrow. Will run through Sunday, June 2nd. I saw something this evening that was very disturbing to me. A Paterson resident came to the mic. She expressed her opinion, and she was disrespected by council people. We have a right as citizens to say how we see it. You may not be in agreement, and I know that if Councilman Jackson was here, he would not have allowed that black woman to be disrespected. We're not in the chamber, but that was disrespect. I also want to say congratulations to Coach Cotton. She is doing great work in this city. It's so important to recognize the role that athletics play, because they help to keep our children academically eligible. So these things go hand in hand. There was some information put out earlier this week that our children weren't recognized by the organization that recognized high school athletics. That's not right. Something needs to be done about that. So hopefully this city or the Board of Education, we can have our own sports banquet to recognize they have it, and we should just do our own thing and have our students recognized, because that wasn't right. I'm just also always amazed. It's amazing to me but I've seen it. That the way that Councilman Abdelaziz speaks about what's going on in the 6th Ward, and I mean, he kind of brags about it, and that's a cool thing. If we were bragging about the whole city of Paterson. So I want somebody to sit up here who can say that we're doing things for the city of Paterson. I want somebody to even investigate, because tonight, again, it looks like 55% of the streets in his ward are being addressed. Now, I don't know what it's called, but some people may call that environmental racism. I don't know what else to call it, but that's what it looks like, the optics. Take a look at this council. The black and brown people are not getting what somebody who's not black or brown is getting. And they're bragging and they're saying it in our face, that they're getting more than what we're allowed to get. Now, I don't know if there's some kind of tunnel project going on, but every time I ride up Curtis Place, I'm begging that my car doesn't just disappear. If you go up Warren Street, it's been like that for a long time. There's so many streets that are not being addressed, and I don't know how we're deciding. He said, the councilman from the 6th Ward, is that he goes and talks to the mayor, to the administration. So if you're not in favor if you're not in the administration's favor, your streets don't get addressed. There needs to be a more equitable system. The optics, what it looks like, it doesn't look right. Something is very wrong. And then we need to talk about Oprah, because we need Oprah in this city. We need to see what's going on, because that's something that can be addressed. We need to know what's being fixed and when. And it brings us back to how salaries are paid here. We have to do something about Oprah. We need to contact the governor. Oprah cannot go away. We need transparency. Because if all of the employees are getting 2% and somebody's allowed to get 50% increase, that's not right. The optics don't look right.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker, Ms. Kathy Morgan.
Good evening. I'm gonna say this first. I'm gonna let the two gentlemen that decide, the two little boys that decide they had something smart to say. I don't know why you got so offended about the third world country. I don't know if that hit hard for you. I don't know. But what I will say to you, the next time you open your mouth to me, it better be respect. If not, you better not do it, because I'm that joker that will put some blood in your mouth. Trust me. It's not a threat, it's a promise. Okay, now let's get back to business. We're talking about fixing streets, fixing parks. We're talking about all this, building up all these unaffordable housings and all these, taking up all the parking on the street. When you live on the street with people that have driveways, park multiple vehicles on the street, commercial vehicles on the street. There's no parking for the residents, and then you come outside, you got a ticket on your car. Come on, we got to do better. And before I need to put this in here before I say anything else. Freedom Village, when they go to court, are the residents of Freedom Village going to be notified? Will they know so they can attend the hearing? All right, so that's something that needs to be done. Y'all talking about, everybody turn what Mike said and made it bad. Yes, prayer works, but like he said, prayer without work is dead. If we have to fix what's going on in this city. I was almost killed one morning on my way to work. I'm coming down Jefferson Street. This guy came barreling out in this huge truck. He got so close to my car, I could have literally blew the dust off the front of his car. Nobody stops at stop signs. Nobody stops at red lights. Red light means go faster, okay? See if you can get through. And people blow at you because as soon as the light change, I'm not going. When they're at the stop sign, I'm scared because people don't stop at stop signs. The back of their car is at the stop sign, and they're all the way out in the intersection. We have to do better to protect our children, to protect the citizens of Paterson. All of these electric bikes, I almost killed someone Because this person is riding alongside of me, you don't see them coming, here they go, you go to turn the corner and they're there. Nobody's watching the store, okay? And we need to get better. I talked about the vendors on the street, the loud music. I don't shop downtown Paterson because I can't deal with the stress. I can't do it. And what I will say, and I stand by what I said, you all are paid to do a job. You are paid to be present in the moment. You are paid to be in these seats, not on your cell phones, not running to get something to eat every 5 minutes. Eat before you get here. Grab a Happy Meal if you need to. But it's disrespectful to us for you all to sit up here and keep disappearing. And like I told Orlando, he's gone. I apologize to him for you. This man is speaking, and you called the director to take his time to come here, and then you totally disrespect the man. At what point in your life do you feel like this is okay? I don't know if there's some people, and those of you that know me, y'all know who I am, this must be the best thing you've ever had in life because you're arrogant, you're disrespectful, and you're rude as hell to people. Seriously? This is what we do, the leaders of the city. I stopped coming down here because I was frustrated, I was aggravated, and my husband got tired of me coming down here trying to fix people that work with a city that doesn't want to work for themselves. You all are elected to these seats. You're not grandfathered in, and only because you was able to BS a few people, you still here. And a lot of you are here because a lot of your people don't speak the language. Because if they spoke the language and spoke to some people that really knew what you did down here, you wouldn't be here. I'm quite sure the people of your community, the people of your community would not uphold the BS you do down here. I'm telling you, I know they wouldn't. Because I'm going to tell you, my son's Muslim. And he holds things in respect of people, respect of positions in high regards.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Ms. Renee Jones. Oh. It's only one who can speak.
No.
Good evening. I'm not a public speaker, so please, I'm speaking from the heart. My name is Renee, I'm from the 1st Ward. And Michael Jackson, I'm so happy, thank you. But I know if this is Michael Jackson's passion about these parked cars that keep getting harassed. Every time a parked car is somewhere, they worry about parked cars and they need to worry about the cars that's moving. Okay, now my daughter had a situation over the weekend and was not good, was not a good look. The armed guard actually wrestled my daughter and beat her with a stick. Down at the 1st Ward with Roots Towers, and I don't know who owned that place down there, but they messed with the wrong kid. My daughter's 28 years old, and I think she could be able to sit in her car and talk on her cell phone without being harassed that she has to move. She lives there. That's her property. She lives on that property. She pays her own rent. And this is why you want to snap pictures and tell them to move and fighting young girls down there, getting sticks out his car and harassing and hitting my daughter. My daughter gets locked up. She got a cease and desist and all kinds of stuff like she a criminal. What is going on? They need to leave these cars alone. It's bigger fish to fry. I mean, it's every minute somebody's getting killed, molested, anything. Like, leave these cars alone that's parked, especially with somebody in it. It's not important. They live there. And I just want, Michael Jackson, I know this your passion, because you said that, and I'm like, I can't wait to see him to tell him. Like, my daughter's like, she said, Steph, because she's never been in trouble before. She's 28 years old. Now she got papers down there, locks her up for all that crazy stuff. Yeah, I got to get a lawyer. Now I got to get a lawyer. It's not fair. And they had her locked up in there. And she wasn't the only one that was fighting. It was plenty of Spanish people, everything. Ain't nobody named there. My daughter went down. You know? And they say that this armed guard, which his name is somebody Spanish, and he's not Spanish, he's African. So I don't know where all this information coming from, but I'm trying to find out what's going on. It's hard for me because nobody won't give me no information about him because he's supposed to be an armed guard, but armed guard beat people with sticks. Not going to happen. It's not fair. And I think they should leave people alone in their cars that's parked and mess with the people that's riding and speeding and turning corners and running red lights and everything and killing people. That's what's important. Not the ones that's sitting there in their car and ain't bothering nobody and talking on their phone.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Ms. Chanel Fields.
What's her name?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Now that the election is over, I'm hoping our community can move forward by seeing the council come together. Voters did not come out in droves during this election to support elected officials, and that speaks volumes to the level of work that needs to be done. Through canvassing the neighborhood, I found out that a lot of people are tired and hopeless. And I want to know what are all of you going to do to change that? This election was a warning to not get comfortable, but to engage with the ward, engage with the community more, okay? It's essential that this go round, the residents get to see this council fostering a spirit of inclusivity toward all council, all residents, and all wards. As we address the city's challenges ahead, let us begin to implement effective solutions to ensure that the city will grow and prosper for all residents. I want to congratulate all of the candidates on their re-election, but more specifically, Councilman Jackson, on your re-election to the first ward. Despite all the odds to unseat you, God decided that what was for you will always be for you. And no mayor, no chief of staff, no opponent, no conspiracy, no underhandedness can stop what's for you. My prayer is that your council colleagues and you will all come together with you so that the first ward does not continue to suffer the way it did this last go round. Because as a community and as a council, we must realize that all that matters is keeping the city safe and making it better in all areas possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
There are no more speakers.
Motion to close. Motion to close by Councilman Davila, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public portion.
Roll call to close the public portion of the Municipal Council regular meeting of Tuesday, May 28, 2024. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Pass.
Did you say pass? Yes. Thank you.
He most
Councilwoman
certainly
Cotton.
did. Thank you, Council President. Madam Clerk. I just want to speak on a few of the items that were said in the public portion. One of them is I am a full-time councilwoman. I get plenty of calls, and not only from the Fourth Ward, from all throughout the city. I have reported have called many people, but what I found is that we are having problems in the city with illegal activities, like Ms. Muhammad, illegal businesses. But what happens is that our inspectors can't go out by themselves no more. That's sad. That they have to be escorted with a police officer. Because when they confront people, they get into an allocation with people. I mean, I can just show you my list of businesses and that are not businesses. And so now it's a matter of working on them. And so they have the list of plenty. I gotta say that it's plenty. Also, you know, you can't, and I can say that with our inspectors, you can't put them in jeopardy. You can't, so we gotta wait until we get a police officer go out with them. And also, you know, it's like, you know, driving to, what they call it, a range. You're turning. Everybody's double parked. You can't even go straight no more. People, when the red light turn green, you gotta wait 30 seconds because you're not sure if they're gonna run the red light going the other way. You know, so I think that, I know that we're gonna need more, we need more police officer because, and what I wanna say to council, Corporation Council, is that, and I just wanna say to Corporation Council, no more negotiating. If I go to your address for loud noise, 5,000 right off the bat, because you're not gonna stop. And as soon as the police leave, they come back, within 10 minutes, they're back up there. So, and I'm also requesting that we take a look at that first offense for loud music, because I don't believe that is high enough. Because when you get the same address every day, it's like, how do you get the same address every day with loud music? And is somebody going there? I'm not sure. Nobody's not going there. If they are, it's not. And so we need to also probably have, I would say if we can make a recommendation that we need, and we had it last year, I'm not sure if we're gonna have it again, a quality of life cards. And that's all they concentrated on, was quality of life. They didn't do anything else. That's when you made a call and they needed to go to address so-and-so, that's what they did, the quality of life. And I want to say also that with Deborah Hannibal had said, you know, I think that we have a lot of kids that want to do really good. And I remember back in the day when I was part of Eastside High School Homeschool Council, and I make a recommendation at that time. Mark Fisher was the parent coordinator over there after Mr. Lod retired, that we needed to adopt families. Because adopting kids now is just not enough. That we need to help families. Because once we help a kid, then he still has to go back home. And then I think that once we can get the families together, that would help. I had in my campaign quite a few young people. I had my football players from 20 years ago that I helped. I also personally have now taken over 5 young men. They're 13, 14, and 15 years old. I think that if we as a community could just grab on to somebody, just grab a family, grab a kid, that would truly, truly help. And you know, and I always say that, and I said with the education with my daughter, we have to start looking at putting more females in coaching positions. Our young girls need to go into a locker room with a female coach. That female coach needs to be in that room with that young lady, because they go through all different kind of things that are happening in their lives, and they're happening at home, and you know, they talk about boys and everything else, and so we need to really concentrate on bringing in more female coaches, and we're still breaking barriers. You know, we're still breaking barriers. You know, you sit in the room and you be the only one, and you do your best to do the best that you can do in there when you in there, and that's all, and that's what you can do. And I just want to say also with we got to, Kathy, you talked about the commercial vehicle. There's so much that we have to get done, and I want to say to Corporation Council, the BA, you know, we have to take a look at like how things are being run and how things are. We have to, you know what, I remember Lawrence Street, 10 cars deep, double park, 1 o'clock in the morning. I said, do not even blow the horn, police officer. Write the ticket and tow. Write a tow. Ain't no need to blow no horn, ain't no need to wake up nobody. Write the ticket and tow. Because until they stop, until you do that, then they're not gonna stop. And it's so hard, because you gotta go to work at 4 or 5 o'clock and you can't even get out. Now you late for work. So those are things that I think that we need, but also I think we need to try to do more of the block association and try to get to know our neighbors. I said to somebody, and believe me, I don't have a few of my residents, constituents, who have pressed charges on their neighbors. Because they're just totally, some of them are totally just getting so out of control that you cannot even do anything. Like, they not listening, but they have to listen to somebody, and that's why I say, Corporation Counsel, that we got to get we got to be more stringent with the fines and with not making no plea deal. And I got 5 tickets, then you pay for 2, and then we're gonna drop to 3. No, we can't continue to do that. But I also want to say, I'm not quite sure, Kathy. You talked about Freedom Village, and my understanding was that they won the case. I don't know why they got to go back to court. No, I thought that they didn't have to pay the increase. Oh, no, wait a minute. Okay, then I'll ask you that because I didn't hear anything else. Only thing I heard that they awarded, the Rent Revenue Board awarded the, if they want to take it, they may not take them. They may not, if they didn't get no letter, but I'll find out more about that. Also, I want to say to, I mean, we as a community, you know, someone said that, I know I'm a good councilwoman. I know I answer everybody who calls me. I don't know what somebody talking about that I'm not a good councilwoman. I work my behind off. And I work my behind off because I love what I do. Because people don't know sometimes where to go. And they need to know where to go. And that's my role to make sure I find out for them where they need to go. Because I know how it feels to be on the phone and they switching you from phone to phone to phone to phone and you ain't getting nobody. You need to find out where you need to go, who can help you, who can't help you. You know, when you talk about veterans, I came from a veteran family. I would do everything to help veterans, but I'm gonna send you to the right veteran. You know, that's why I say to people sometimes, you got Congressman Paterson, he got a staff there just for veterans, and they will concentrate just on veterans. He got a staff there just for internal revenue. He got a staff there for Medicare. He got a staff there for, you know, so you have all kind of issues that you got to have done, and you got to figure out how you can get to it. There's so many things that I personally needs to know who I can send you to, because if I can share you information, I want you to share to somebody else. You know what, Councilwoman Cotton told me to go there, and you know what, this is what I want to tell you where to go. That's what we have to do, share what we learn and how we learn it and how we got to do anything. And also, I have some other comments, but I'll wait till the end. You know, when I grew up, we had elected officials. I didn't know who they were, but I said to myself one day, if I became, and I never thought about being a councilwoman, but I said to myself, I want you to know who Councilman Cotton is. And when you see me walking down the street, you can stop me and you can talk to me. I will give you my card. My husband said to me, Ruby, you make sure, I don't care where you go, you keep your cards on you. So when somebody want to say, can I have your card, you can whip it right out your pocket. That's what it's about, because now you want to be able to be accessible, reachable to everyone, not just your ward, but to everyone. Madam Clerk, I want to say,
Your vote.
My vote. But I'm passionate about it because I know what I've gone through when I was a young kid in this city. Don't know nobody, don't know who to call, don't know nothing. And you got to find out where you got to go. You know how many lawyers done beat us? You know how many people done went to jail because we didn't know what to do? You know how many, I met a guy who served 30 years in jail. Back in the day in the 80s and the 70s, they threw our kids in jail for 20, 30, 40 years. For the same little crime that some other people made that they didn't really do. They served 20 years, they served 30 years. Now they're gonna come out and they're gonna do the right thing and help people, and they're gonna show us what we need to do. I just get emotional sometimes with certain things, when I see what happens with people. And don't say that you don't care, I care. Whoever dare ever say that I don't care, I care. I care. When you call me, I know you call me for a reason, and you're looking for some help, and I'm going to help you as much as I can. I don't know what they talking about. I don't care. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
So I will be brief with my comments. We love you, Councilwoman. We know you care. I'm going to bring this back to today, and I think that we have to be mindful on both sides. I'm born and raised here in the city of Paterson. My mom was Puerto Rican and my father was an immigrant from Peru, undocumented at that, okay? I find that a lot of times, by the way, he died saved and documented. Just needed to say that. But what I find sometimes is when you don't know someone, you tend to judge. You don't know what the person's lifestyle has been. You don't know where they came up. You don't know how they grew up. You don't know. You don't know if somebody's a single person that works all day, comes directly from work, directly here, is the first person here sitting down and for hours needs to get up and shake it up a little. If they have sciatica problems, you don't know. So I think we need to be mindful. We're mindful that we know that we are put here by the people. The people vote us in, and the people vote us out. But we have to be mindful to also respect. Because when we talk about, and I'm gonna say this, and I have to say it because it was mentioned, and throughout the campaign, that was the rhetoric out there, the third world countries. Like, that's insulting. That's insulting when somebody's just sitting here and gets up because they need to go to the men's room, or because they need to go back because they have a sugar problem and they need to go drink something. So all I'm saying is we don't know individual situations. So, I sit here sometimes and my colleague, Councilman Velez, made a statement, I agree with freedom of speech. Absolutely, I do too. I said, but there has to be a way to address. And I've always said this, I am very open. My number is available to anyone. My personal number is available to anyone. And if there's something that you'd like to address with me, you can do it on a one-on-one. I've had those instances. And so, I just needed to say that because, we come from all walks of life. I mentioned that my father was an immigrant and an undocumented person at that. So I do take, and he came from a family, I guess I can't really say that he came from a very poor family, but if you see where he grew up in Peru, then you would say that in his area was a third world country. And so I needed to say that. And I'm saying it respectfully because I think we all have to be mindful, one another. I'm going to bring something back. We talked about parking, and it's something that I've been working on through the legal department, and our, I think, Corporation Counsel our deputy, right, can attest to, there is issues with parking, right? So one of the things that young lady came a few months back and talked about how she got a parking ticket parked in front of her driveway. There was no parking, so there's her family members, so she parked in front of her driveway. And I said, you know what? Went back to legal and I said, there has to be a way that we in the city can do it through permit, so it's going through DPW, it's going through legal, where there's already a draft in place to allow for owners, homeowners, all right, who give the authority. So if you have a tenant and that person has a way of a permit, and those are the kinks that we're working out, so you are able to park in front of your driveway. And, there's no other way that I could think of adding any more parking unless we're having some open space that we're doing parking decks. That's not happening. Maybe in the business areas, yes, but residentially speaking, that's not happening. So that is one way that, I hope that this council can really consider that as something that can be an option. We should not be ticketing. And because it's not in the books right now, that's why they're allowed to do it, because it is not legal to park in front of your driveway. And so, just bringing it back, once again to all my colleagues that won the re-election, congratulations. I think Ms. Field said it best. She stood up here and just said, hey, elections are over. Let's just hope that we can all just come and work and understand, each other's passions. Because I think, again, that's part of what some of the issues are, is when we don't understand people's passion, and then it, for some, may become or can come across as aggressive, right? Councilman Jackson mentioned something, and he was really passionate, and I'm going, and I'm shaking my head because the first thing I did when I got here at 6 o'clock today, I parked right in front, and I couldn't believe the amount of garbage. And I'm saying to myself, and I don't want to put out the two tenants but it's in front of their offices here. And I'm saying they need to be ticketed. They need to, nonprofit or not, they need to be ticketed. They're part of the problem as well. If you know that there's a situation with garbage in the city, and you're putting garbage out when you're not supposed to, and you're putting it in plastic bags when you know that it should go in a garbage can. So these are some of the things we're trying to change the culture, but the reality is everybody has to be in this together. It can't be just one side. It can't be that the council, we get so many calls, you know, and I made I mentioned today, and I addressed the executive director of the Downtown SID, because we've had conversations with him about this. And just today, you know, a few business owners, Market and Main, complaining how, you know, some of their food, you know, they sell seafood. So guess what? They can't have once a week pickup on a weekend. Where do they put their garbage? You know, so again, there's a lot to be done. We'll continue to work. I'm just saying, listen, let's just be mindful. Let's just respect one another. We don't always have to like each other, but I think that respecting each other is very important. So once again, Madam Clerk, thank you so much. My vote is yes to close the public portion.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. First and foremost, Council President, as yet another failure from the administration to maintain the level of use of what is the people's house, our chambers. If this is going to be our adjunct chambers, I need to know who's making the call to restrict or prohibit members of the public, because if this is our chambers, this is the house of the public. So I don't know if it's you as a council president or if it's anyone else, but who's making the determination to restrict members of the public from entering the building? As long as this building is being utilized for public meetings, the public should not be restricted. And any member of the administration, this is the council chambers. So how is it that the members of the administration get privilege over the people, the people? It's the people's house. Would like to get that answer. Relative to Freedom Village, see, it's just another example of how people are allowed to capitalize off of our condition. Council President. Nah, it's a lot of cologne in the air, man. It's perfume. No. We allow these entities to come in here and take advantage of us. We put forward a rent leveling board with no teeth, with no ability to enforce, you know, this derelict behavior of mistreating our community, and now the residents are forced to take the entity to court. See, it is our job to protect the residents' best interests. And I don't know about you, Ms. Muhammad, but I see that as a gross failure. We should be analyzing their P&Ls. We should be looking at their books, see how much they're making, and how they're mistreating our seniors. It's terrible, but it's not isolated. And I do agree, and I appreciate Councilwoman Davila for, you know, chiming in on the fact that this entity, mind you, by the way, this building is owned by the municipality. This is our building, and yet we're putting out garbage with our receptacles. They just throw them out there, let the animals get to it, let the people, you know, migrants go through them. But if we begin to ticket them, yeah, you got an issue? I'm coming. If we begin to ticket them, we are now doing what we call selective enforcement. Now I got to go out here and help a constituent because obviously somebody else is being mistreated. But I'm going to just say this last thing. My daughter was one of the people who, by the way, is an exceptional scholar. Straight A student. Straight A student, 4-point beyond, freshman. Her stats doubled every other person's stats in the county. and she was not acknowledged on the all-county list. And when I questioned them, they said, it's our team, we do what I want to. And no school from the urban district had anybody selected. And my daughter's numbers far surpassed, double. 50 stolen bases, the next highest was 22. RBIs, her batting average, everything. But see, they believe they could treat us any kind of way. I have more to say, but I got to go check on this young lady who's being unfairly treated because a councilman got offended. People could say whatever they want to say up here, but now she's probably facing potential charges because they're afraid for their lives. The cowardness that happens here, the cowardness. But I digress. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilwoman Mims?
So to the public that is present and viewing, as I always do, I want to say thank you for coming out. Thank you for viewing. There are concerns, Ryan and Raphael, on YouTube. They're saying that our sound is muffled on YouTube. That, not just there, they're saying the council members as well. It's the same thing. So I just want to put that on the record because people are saying we're on our phone, but people are texting and calling us because they can't see or hear. We didn't have any notice that it was changed from 75 to 77, so people didn't know where to watch. And as well, there was an incident on Verona Park, so people were calling. So we're just not, well, I'm going to say for myself, not haphazardly just sitting here on my cell phone. I got about 50 calls about the sound alone, just for the sound. So while we're sitting here, people are calling or they're hearing something being stated, they have things they want to add to it and or critique, and so we're their council people, I'm councilwoman at large, so I represent the entire city. So when they're responding, I respond back to them. That's just what I do. To all of the speakers, there were so many things that were said, but I have to, I'm gonna go and nitpick around. But I have to agree, a lot of times we as council members are blamed for things that are not our responsibility. I have on Facebook, I have a Pride initiative that I put out since 2018. I've been putting it out every single year. One time I printed flyers and I put them out because when we talk about filth and garbage, it's not just that DPW and city's not doing their job, because they are. I've witnessed people throwing big bags of McDonald's, Burger King out of their windows. I've seen people walk into the pizzerias. Now, if you don't want the bag, just leave it in the store. I've seen them walk right out the pizza store, get the bag, take their pizza out and throw it right on the garbage. I've seen people, if you ride through the city as I do, I represent the entire city, there's some wards you see people cleaning in front of their homes. The people on the block are cleaning. You go through other wards, they have mattresses laying on the curb, they have things hanging from off of the banisters, but it's a mindset as well. Can we do better? Absolutely, but everybody has to participate. I've witnessed DPW go downtown, clean up, and after they finished, within 45 minutes, the vagrants were back. They broke down the tents, they broke down the boxes, they took all the covers, and right after they did it, it was right back. I've seen them clean feces, blood, urine, everything, and right after they do it, it's right back. Business owners, I have to defend them on Main Street because I put a challenge out to some people. When they put their garbage out, it's very neatly placed out. The vagrants and some of the homeless, they come through and they dig through that garbage and they leave it in a disarray. It was not like that when the business owners left. So I have to give credit where it's due, and it has to be all hands on deck. For myself, I don't really mind critique and criticism, but Council President, I think we have to put in place, we cannot allow people to come and totally disrespect council members and expect us to be quiet. It's okay if you're saying you feel we're not doing our job or whatever, but when you start calling people out of their names, you're idiots, you're clowns, and all of that stuff, we need to set a precedent, and it has to be from the council president's seat. But you have to say to the public, you can come and say, but do not call people out of their names. We all sitting here, I think everyone here, we're parents. I'm a grandmother. My children or my grandchildren would not appreciate someone at the microphone calling their mother and grandmother a clown. I'm not a clown. I'm not an idiot. So for you to come to the mic and say those things, and then when we respond, you get upset, it's not fair. Give the respect that you want to receive. When you come to the microphone, we don't mind. You have issues, concerns, we're writing them down. I write down every week whatever's going on. And then I make phone calls. I call, right? DPW knows, fire, police. I call everybody. I show up. That's what we do. So we just have to be careful with that commentary. If you want to come down, we don't mind. And that's not critiquing. When you come down and start calling people out of their names, that's not critiquing. That is not. That is totally disrespectful and is uncalled for, and it should never be allowed in this council, chamber or setting in where we are. Happy birthday to Elvis Durham. I was not able to make your event. There's some times when we just have to be parents and spend time with our family and do things and relax and have some balance in our life. There's so many people that I have seen that were healthy, and by the afternoon, they were dead. And so we have to be very careful that we don't take time to smell the flowers and enjoy our life. Everybody else is enjoying their life, but they want to say the council members do nothing. I totally disagree. We sat here tonight and we approved so many things that's going to benefit the city. So when you say council members do nothing, you won your seat and people didn't want you, it's not true. The numbers don't lie. People lie. But numbers do not lie, because if people wanted something different, they would have voted. 12,000 people in this city only voted out of 85,000 registered. That tells you something. It's not that people didn't want the people they wanted, because they did. They selected them. And that's why they're back in their seat. But those people understand and know that they believe in the person that's sitting in the seat. Councilwoman Cotton, you already know that people are going to talk and say whatever. To all the council members, I'll say it to everybody. To me, this is my slogan. What is already understood, you don't have to explain it. When you know you out there working, your phone is blowing up all day, all night, middle of the night, early in the morning, you already know you're doing the work. Everybody may not see it, and you don't have to put it on blast. Everybody in the community knows exactly who they can call, how they can get it done. To Ms. Jones, my heartfelt passion to you, because I have a daughter, so I can only imagine. I'm not sure if that individual works he's privately through the ownership of that building, but what I would do is put in a complaint through Riverview Towers, have the property management and have the owner reach out to you. You can also, if you choose to, you can call the police and have your daughter press charges if she would like to do that. That's another option. And if you want to go through the legal way, you could do legal and get you a lawyer. But those are things that you can do, because that's a private entity. But you can always, that's what the police are here for. That's their slogan, to protect and serve. You call them, that's what she tells her what happens, and then I'm sure there probably were marks or bruises. All of that is a part of that particular item. You have my cell phone number. Call me, text me anytime. Call me, we'll talk about it. Call me, we'll talk about it. There was Freedom Village, Madam BA, if we can get clarity from our director, Irma Gorham, on Freedom Village, because I'm hearing that they're going to court. We're not sure if they're going to court. So I want to hear it directly from the Director of Housing, what is happening with Freedom Village, sent to all the council members so we can have clarity. If there is something that was done, even if it was through the Rent Leveling Board, it would still have to come to the council for adoption of whatever that was. And we haven't seen anything. So I just want clarity so we can be very clear to the public if that is true or if it's not true. So I would like to see that. Something was said about sports and how they don't celebrate the athletes. That is not true. I am an educator, so is Councilman Uden. We work in the schools. They have sports awards, breakfasts, and dinners all the time. I've been, it's one this week. I've been the keynote speaker for many of them, so I know firsthand. The flyers are out, and I always recommend that You know, if you're not sure, just reach out to the coaches. The coaches are very open. They're always looking for people to sponsor and to donate, so that not just for the parents to come, but sometimes, you know, they may give one ticket away, but sometimes you want the mother and father, the grandmother, the aunt. So connect. I always tell people, adopt a school, adopt a team, so you can be a part of the process. So you'll know. That's what I do. When I see a team that needs something, I'm like, okay, reaching out to people, like, I need you to adopt this team. I need you to work with this coach, these individuals. They need some uniforms or some cleats or whatever they need. And most people in this community, I have found that they love the children. So I have never heard anyone say no to the youth and or the seniors of this community. So I just want to put that on the record. If you have someone that you know is in need, maybe for the prom or whatever, reach out to me, and we're going to make sure that that kid does not suffer, so that they can celebrate their graduation. In closing, I want to talk about the ceiling. So for many that know and that don't know, portion of the ceiling in the city council chambers collapsed in the back. And after it collapsed, they did a check. It also has asbestos. So for me personally, my health is a priority. So I am not in a rush to go back into the chambers until it is fully fixed and totally operational. So Madam BA, if we could just get an update. I do see it as a part of this introduced budget. I see it's included in here, but if you could just provide that at a later time, what's going on and what's needed to repair, cost-wise and steps-wise, that would be great, but I'm not rushing that process. My health is a priority, and if we have to sit here until 2026, we're gonna sit right here, because we gotta make sure that another part of the ceiling don't fall down, because I heard that ceiling was like that for a very, very long time, and then it just eventually crashed. Thank God nobody was in there. That's what I'm concerned about. And then I just wanna make sure I talk about everybody that spoke. And if I missed something you said, I'll come back and I'll reach out to you later. But keep coming to the meetings. I encourage you to come. I don't want you to stop coming to the council meetings to share or your concerns and or your views. I want you to come. You talked about the garbage company that is removed from the agenda. It was here, but I'm hearing that it's removed from the agenda on tonight. And I do agree that we need to have a conversation around the bulk pickup, because that's a part of the concern when we talk about the filth in the community. So I totally agree with you, and I think a lot of the council members agree as well. I'm asking to the community, those individuals that ran, even if you did not win in the election, to me, you're still winners. Come and partner with the sitting council person. Some of you had great ideas. They're in the seat. Work with them, because if your mindset is that we want to help the city get better, your ideas help the current council person, because you can work together, because they're in the seat with the authority to get it done. So come together. Let's build and not battle. Let's come together and work with the council people of the wards, and there's 3 at large. We can do it together, but pointing fingers and talking about people and saying they don't do anything and calling them out of their names, I think that is just totally disrespectful, and we cannot do that. We've done it too long, but tonight I felt the need that it needs to be addressed so that we can really not have a toxic environment. It's time for us to have a healthy environment. The elections are over. I'm not sure if they were certified, but they're not certified yet, but the results are final. There's no more numbers coming in. There's no more envelopes to be counted. Everything is over. What you see is what you're getting. It's the 6 for the next 4 years, and the other will be here for 2, and then we'll be here for 4 more. So I'm just saying. So who's here is here. You got to work with the people that are here. It's not good to tug. It's not tug of war. We need stuff done. I need you. You need me. Let's get it done together. Let's build. Let's grab hands. Kumbaya. Sing a song. Eat a meal. Drink a Snapple or water. And let's move the city forward. Madam Clerk, I spoke long tonight, but I needed it.
Yes, you need to get
I need to get it out, because I want us to heal. Paterson needs to heal. I'm going to say it. Paterson needs to heal. We have people, young people getting shot in this community. Some getting killed in this community. People dying early. My girlfriend just passed, 44 years old. What a beautiful young lady, 44 years old, no longer here in this community. We got to start working together, let all the issues, all the backbiting, all the gossip, all the negativity, let it go. Life is too short to be crabs in a barrel. Life is too short to be questioning why you support this one, why you support that. We support who we want to support. And that's it, overdone. And at the end of the day, we got to work together, and if you choose not to work together, we're still moving on. The train is still going to move. You know, when you're on a train, in closing, when you're on a train, when I'm riding, going to see my daughter, they go, next stop, Baltimore, Maryland. If you don't get off, that train is moving. You could yell and scream all you want at the next stop, but we're not going back to Baltimore. We're moving forward. And that's what this council is doing. We're moving forward. If you miss your stop, we'll come back on the next cycle and the next season. But in this movement, we're moving the city forward to make things better, and we got to heal and grow together. Too many kids are dying. Too many families are in a disarray because of fires and so much. Paterson, please, city, to the community at large, please. Let's work together and let's get it done. We're not going to get it done coming against each other. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good evening, Paterson, those who are here, and those who are watching us live on TVs and YouTube channels. Again, I thank you, those who are here, and made your voice heard. And again, today's agenda, we have actually passed so many great things that city in need. And again, I would say that to move the city forward, it's not just one way, it's a collaborative and active effort from both local government and the residents of the city of Paterson. And as many of the council members mentioned that, the examples of how the cooperation is not taking place from both sides. And as an example, I can say that, yes, we definitely have to take the blame that we sometimes not able to clean our city street on time or not collecting trash on time. I do acknowledge that's happening. But at the same time, we have to acknowledge that we are not keeping our frontier clean or backyard clean. That's happening always. And let me just give an example from last week, 2 weeks ago, that just one resident, because of one resident, this entire block was dirty because he does not care about the schedule of trash collection or anything. He just put the trash whenever he wanted. And because of this, I had to call for a meeting. I had to call some folks from the DPW and also from one of the, you all know our Detective Sergeant, Lieutenant Sharon Easton. She was in presence as well. So we spoke to those people. She went there, she spoke, and make them understand that this is what you have to do. You have to cooperate with your neighbors to make sure that you follow the timeline of throwing your trash on the sidewalk. You cannot just put your trash whenever you want. So what I'm trying to say is that this is what's happening. It's not just one example. There are thousands of examples out there. So if you really want to see our city streets clean, if you really want to be proud of your neighborhood, then we all need to work together actively. And I definitely believe that this is going to take place if we have the mentality of working together. Decorum, just one thing I do care from the very beginning of my council position. This is my second year, and I definitely say that I never make any criticism to any council members or public. I do it because from my professional point of view, that's what I do it. But again, when we expect our council members are not going to address any public in a certain way that offends someone, but at the same time, we expect the same from our members of the city that will come to the chamber, not going to address us in certain way that is going to offend us and make or put us down in certain way that is not acceptable at all. You can definitely would make constructive criticism. We need it. We need it to improve ourselves. We need to learn about ourselves, and you need to do this to make sure that the other members of the city know that what's happening. It does not mean that you are making the comments that is going to be, present in a certain way that that's hurt us in different ways is not really part of our council job. So again, I would request everyone to whoever come here, and I'm talking about myself as well, that we have to keep that in mind, to keep the decorum, that how we are saying it. Now, let's say you say something, make sure you have to expect exactly the same return. If we make certain comments, you have to make sure that if you hear the same comment, how are you going to take it? So I definitely request to the public, I request to our members of the council to keep the decorum, present ourselves in a certain way that makes us professional, people respect us by, the way we are presenting ourselves. I try to get closer to the public and all the means in different ways. I'm trying to get closer, and that's what I think every council members use their different techniques to get closer, learn about the city, what's happening, and I do the same thing. I not only just patrolling in different parts of the city, but every Sunday to go to different parts of the city, spend coffee time with the people to learn and introduce myself as well as a new person of in the council. So again, we need your help to move the city forward. When we today, when we passed the one of the agenda about street repavement list, and in one of the comment came that how it goes more in certain word than other words. To picking those streets, it does not really comes by our choice, any council member's choice. There was a third-party agent was hired to evaluate our city street, which streets are in need of repavement, and that's how all the repavement list came to the agenda. It's not really go by favor or favoring someone in certain words. That's not true, actually. So again, we have to make sure that we are not attacking certain council members or a certain way that is not true. With that being said, I expect that City of Paterson and the local government will work cooperatively and move the city forward. With the expectation, my vote is yes to close the public portion.
Thank you, Councilman Udine. Councilman Velez.
Madam Clerk, can you put the clock for me, please? Yes, please. Yeah, 3 minutes. I want to go with the rules. Chief Ali says, okay, so did you put it in, please?
Yes, you start and then
I started? Okay, good. So I listened to the concern of the public. I made my notes, and this is what my conclusion will be. I'm going to be using my wisdom. I'm going to continue to be wise with my work, and I'm going to continue working. My vote is just to close the public portion. That's it. How many seconds?
Oh, my God, 15.
Are you done? I'm done.
Councilman Abdelaziz.
Councilman Velez gets the prize on tonight.
I'm sorry, but Councilman Velez, your vote's...
Oh, hold on. Yes.
Thank you.
Councilman Abdelaziz.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So sometimes you listen to some of the public speak, and in this seat, it's kind of sometimes you got to laugh at it, right? When residents accuse you for not being open and transparent, right? You want elected officials to be open and transparent, and you want elected officials to share information. But then when you share the information that we're doing on this side, now it's, oh, you're getting too much, or, oh, you're saying too much information to the public. My residents deserve, the 6th Ward residents elected me to be open and transparent. They elected me to fight for them, and they elected me to bring results to the 6th Ward. And that's what I'm doing. So when I hear one of the speakers, which I actually respect when she comes and speaks, to say that, oh, the 6th Ward gets this, the 6th Ward gets that, and then they said, what was the key? Environmental racism. Environmental racism. My parents are proud Palestinians, right? That some reason the 6th Ward is environmentally racist, or I want everyone to realize my ward is 80% black and brown. 80%. Let that sink in. The Arab population is not the majority in the 6th Ward. And let me tell you guys something else, because they walk out, they like to speak, and then they like to leave. I get elected by Latinos, by African Americans, by white people, by Arabs, by Asians. I'm not saying that. Look at the recent elections. Every single district in my ward, I got 75% of the vote. Don't be shocked because an Arab sits in the seat and represents an 80% black and brown population. So I take insult to that because the results trickle down to my ward. And guess why they elect me? In the 6th Ward, they don't care about race. They don't care about religion. What they care about is they want somebody that's going to work their tails off, is going to be responsive, and is going to deliver for them. And to the people that think that this is some sort of thing, check the demographics of the 6th Ward breakdown, and you'll see that. It's almost 70% Hispanic. The second ward, the only other ward that has a higher Hispanic population is the 5th Ward. And go district by district and go voter by voter. I go through the list. That's why I have that connection. I go and see who voted. I text and let them know what's happening. And that's why the results prove themselves. That's why on election day, I received 84% of the vote. So let's be consistent. Don't discriminate or judge me because I'm an Arab that represents a majority black and brown ward. I am going to continue working hard to represent the community and the city. And then when we talk about just the 6th Ward, I supported more things in the 4th Ward and the 1st Ward, and the 5th Ward, and the 3rd Ward, and the 2nd Ward, probably than any other council member on this dais. Now, that's not my job to talk about the accomplishments in other wards. I can sit there and talk about how I voted on more parks to be renovated in the 1st Ward than the 1st Ward councilman. But I don't do that. I will show you my voting record. I've supported Hinchliffe. I've supported Cobb Park. I've supported Titus Field. I've supported Vera Ames Park. I've supported Westside Park. I've supported River Street. Now, do you guys want me to stand up there with pom-poms? I'm not looking to run for mayor. I'm here to do my job, deliver the results for the residents of the city, and I will not apologize. I said this years ago. I will not apologize for going into the room and representing my residents' concerns. That's what I'm elected for. So when I go into the administration, I do ask them. If they say, hey, councilman, we're repaving 20 roads this budget. Guess how many roads I asked for? 25. I was always taught, always ask. The worst thing they will tell you is no. So that is what I will not apologize for that, and I'll continue working hard for the 6th Ward. And on that note, a lot of the things that gets done in the 6th Ward is through partnerships. If it's partnering up with my colleagues, I'm only one vote on this council. You need a majority to pass anything. I work and I get involved to help elect some of my colleagues. I work with the administration. I work with county, federal, and state officials. And that's why I get involved in elections. And next Tuesday, it is pivotal. 6th Ward residents, check your mail. You will be getting a letter from me about how important the Tuesday election is going to be for the 6th Ward and the city. I am standing firmly behind Chief Adamo for sheriff. The sheriff's department has been critical and very essential for me to deliver results in the 6th Ward, and our county commissioners, Lazara, Rodney DeVore, who's a Patersonian that we need to get onto that county commissioner board, and John Bartlett. So, and I agree, there you go, with the candidate that I ran against me, I will be voting uncommitted this primary to send the message for the massacres that are happening in Palestine with our tax dollars. So look out for my letter. You will get that information. Please go out and vote and send the message to where we stand and support people that always support the 6th Ward. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Abdulaziz. Mr. President.
Well, thank you, Madam Clerk. Let me just address some comment from the public. But before that, there was a comment about if we stopping people from getting into the chamber. This chamber, which is the TV studio that we're using, it has a capacity for 80 people sitting. And if we have more than 80 people, then they could wait outside. We're not stopping nobody from coming into the chamber. This is the people's house. A lot of people, they start making comment to, because it sounds popular. But the reality is that we're not stopping nobody from coming into the people's house. Now, it is very concerning to me, and I'm always say this, when you use the 3 minutes on the mic, you are on YouTube, you're in Channel 75, you out there. Just use the 3 minutes wisely, because there's enough violence in our community. There's shooting, people are being killed in our community. And can you imagine that our leaders in our community use the 3 minutes to speak about violence and attack other people? And when you hear somebody threaten a council member physically, that's very concerning to me. It's very concerning to me. I do believe that we could all disagree with respect. We don't need to get into this point. And now, as council president, and I'm going to make this comment here, and I need my colleague to understand that moving forward now, if you're coming into this chamber and you start disrupting the meeting and threatening and disrespecting council members with personal attack that have nothing to do with city business, you're going to have to leave this chamber. And I'm going to be very clear again. You're not going to stay inside this chamber. This is a TV studio that we all together here. And if you're disrupting the meeting from that side, we cannot even continue the meeting. This is not the council chamber. This is a very small room. And I want to see this 80 chair fully resident and even people outside. That's the reason why we conduct the public portion early, because I want to hear the concern of the community. This is the reason why we're here. I'm recently re-elected, and 5 of my council colleagues, they're recently re-elected. We want our community to be here, but we have to treat each other with respect. There's no room for disrespect here. And moving forward, we have officers in the room, and that's going to have to take place. We cannot send that message to the community. There's enough killing. So what's going to happen with the resident, normal resident, if they see us attacking each other the way we're doing? That's not the picture that I'm going to send it. We're supposed to be the role model in our community. That's the reason why people elect us, and we have to conduct ourselves in a professional way, and we're here to do city business. That's the reason why we're here. We do making progress. There's a lot of issues in our community. I mentioned what happened in the 3rd Ward, 13th Avenue. I get a lot of concern about 13th Avenue. It's going to be redone curb to curb. Verona Avenue, East 37, the playground that a lot of people may comment during the election at East Side is going to be redone, state-of-the-art, brand-new playground in the largest park in the city of Paterson. That's for our children, for them to enjoy. And I'm going to make this comment. I was so pleased and excited to see a family this past Monday at Municipal Park doing a barbecue on the park. Husband and wife with the 2 children, just enjoying the park, the beautiful weather, and having a barbecue. That's what I want to see. And we got to work to make that happen. I know there's a lot of issues affecting our community. The garbage in our community, we need more safety, services for our community, but that's our job, to work with the administration to make sure that they understand what needs to be done. It's our job. When we come here, we have an agenda, and we got to concentrate on this agenda and follow this item. And that's the only way that we're going to make progress. If we don't follow this, which is the Bible of every Tuesday in this council, we're not going nowhere. So with that being said, let's pray for our city. We have good council members. I see Councilwoman Mims getting out of the school on her lunch break and not taking lunch to go and address a problem in the community, to go to a function, to be available for the people, not taking lunch out of her time. I see Councilwoman Ruby Cotton in City Hall at 6, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock at night, almost every single day. I see many council colleagues out there. So we're not doing this for the money. There's a lot of good council members. So let's work together. Let's work together. And let's start being able to disagree with respect. That's all I want to ask to all my council colleagues and to whoever getting into this chamber from now on. I don't want to use any police officer to remove somebody, but from now on, it's your choice. But we want to hear from you. We want you to use those 3 minutes wisely, because we need to hear from our community, and we care about our community. This coming week, on the next workshop, we have a very important topic, the garbage collection, the ball pickup, the condition of our city, the garbage in the downtown area. All of those are discussions that need to be addressed, and we collectively have to work with the administration to resolve the problem. So, last but not least, let me just take this quick moment to send my deepest condolences to the family of former Superintendent Dr. Danny Evans, who passed away. He was our superintendent for 2 terms. I was a board member when he was a superintendent. And definitely, Paterson, there's a lot more work to do. And finally, I have a very important message to all the residents of the city of Paterson. Stop speeding in our community. Slow down, please. You cannot drive more than 25 miles per hour on the residential area. I see people double parking. I see people parking on the corner, speeding on those residential area. The only way that we could protect our seniors and our children and the members of this community is being responsible. On East 35th and 19th Avenue, the 3rd Ward, I have to call Public Works to put, they do not enter big sign in the middle of the street, because people have no respect. And they drive all the way up on 35th to get into Brillant on the opposite side. So what do we do in Paterson? We all live in this city, and we have to find a way to enforce the law by the police department, but it's up to us as a resident. We cannot policing everything. Let's stop throwing garbage in our community. Clean in front of your house. You don't need more money to keep your house clean. If you own a business in the city of Paterson, please clean in front of your business in the morning, in the afternoon, and at night. If you own a home in the city of Paterson, clean in front of your house. We cannot send DPW to clean the front of your house. But it's our responsibility to keep our city clean. Sometimes we blame a lot the elected official and the administration. And I know that they have to do their part. But it's up to you also as well, that you're a homeowner, I'm a homeowner, and collectively, that's the only way that we're going to have a clean and a beautiful city, because Paterson is a beautiful city. It's one of the most beautiful cities, and one day, this is going to be one of the most important cities in the state of New Jersey. Very soon, stay tuned. With that being said, my vote is yes. God bless our city.
Thank you,
Madam
Mr.
Clerk.
President.
Madam Clerk,
Yes.
Council
I'd like to
President.
reconsider my vote, please.
Okay.
Just a minute. There's council member, there's a reconsideration, and I have Councilman Mills right after, because we got to go to the budget. There's an item, very important item. So right after that, the introduction of the budget is right after, so Councilwoman, you know. Yes, very quick. Go ahead, Councilman Jackson.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Clerk. And I apologize to the employees who are waiting to speak, but I was called away because a member of our community was had to deal with the police that are here for a report. And it's very disappointing for elected officials, men, by the way, to have to request that a member of the public be arrested. When you have those types of things happening because someone comes to the podium to express themselves, their opinion, and this is America. People have the right to say whatever they like, whether you like it or not. And I was sitting right here. I didn't hear anybody say, I'm going to come over there and do anything to you. Nobody threatened anyone. I was sitting right here when it happened. Sitting right here when it happened. Just like I could say, they came for me and I put blood in their mouth. Doesn't mean that I made a threat. People gesture and talk about different things in different ways and how you take it, but people were out there and with the elections with bats and carrying on, acting uncivil, and now they feel threatened. And those same people that talked about they go into these private rooms, go into a private room and request that a resident be placed in handcuffs. That right there is very disappointing. And I'm gonna just say this very quickly, and specifically, well, I'm not gonna name any names, but I'll say this. I do not, and I want everybody to understand this, I do not ever request that any member of the public come to the podium and carry my water. I believe I do a well enough job with getting my point across myself. I don't need anybody, I don't need to pay anybody to come to the podium and talk on my behalf. I'm very well versed in the language. I understand what points I need to get across. What I will say is this. I respect Mr. Eddie Olivares more than I respect 99.9% of the people in this community. He came to this podium and he came for me. I called him the next day, let's meet for coffee. And one thing that I'll say, he comes to this podium every single night. He's truthful, he's honest. While people who ran for council reached out to him to pay him to work on their campaign, he refused. And I don't pay him to come here. In fact, I'm willing to bet and guarantee if I did something indifferent to what he believed in, he would come here and do the same, he would chastise me the same way he would chastise anyone else. He, along with everyone else, has the right, is their American right to come to the podium and express their feelings of how they feel. You'll see, the moment, it was 3 seconds left on the clock. Oh, your time is up, time is up. But the next speaker who comes and speaks favorably about certain people, they're able to extend 30 seconds or I'll wrap up. That is a form, that's abuse of power. Abuse of power, it is. And I do want to point this out, and I want to, Councilwoman Cotton, shout out Candace Cotton for a phenomenal job well done in making Coach of the Year and doing what she did. And just for a point of clarity, Councilwoman Mims, I don't think anyone was talking about our young people not getting acknowledged by us, but it's outside. It's outside. The Passaic County, and for coaches to come to me and say, well, that's just how it is. And for that kind of treatment to be traditional and us to sit here and accept it. Chief, I don't know if you play baseball, but I want to share with you. I'm going to send it to you to your phone. I'm going to share, and I don't do this. It's not about because it's my daughter. It just happens to be, and that's why I'm paying it a little closer attention. For her stats to be three times the amount of the people that made first team All-County, and she didn't even get acknowledged. And there was not one girl, when I reach out to the coach in Passaic, who is Hispanic, and says that his girls, he had a girl who's playing Division I softball. She ran through the entire county, struck everybody out, and didn't make the list. When you have people who are equally putting in their time and they're not even being acknowledged, and then when you call and question it, say, listen, what's the criteria? I just want to know what the criteria. We don't have to tell you that. It's our team. You don't like it? Tough. For us to sit back, and even from a mayor's perspective, for you not to go to battle for the kids in your community that's putting it in every single day, you make all these complaints about kids out here doing all these other things. You know, I could have sent my kids anywhere. In fact, I did. I sent them to Paramus Catholic. I didn't like the way they was getting treated. I transferred them back, and my daughter ran through everybody. She's a freshman. My other daughter's a junior. She didn't do as well as my freshman did. I'm not sitting here complaining, oh, she just needs to be on the list, but our kids need to be treated fairly. And as a council, if we're not going to stand here and do it, because, I mean, listen, Councilman Abdelaziz and I bang out all the time. He refereed my daughter's wrestling matches, and she was by far one of the better, but she didn't do her part. And I sat there and said, you got to do your part. I'm not going to sit here and advocate, even if it's my own child, but our children are thriving, and they're being set to the side, being mistreated, and that is a fact. And if us as a council body and the mayor, for the leader of our city, doesn't want to stand up and fight on behalf of our children, then that just speaks volumes. That speaks volumes. And lastly, again, Miss Kathy Morgan, come here and speak with whatever you want to speak in this microphone, you have the right to do so. And if a police officer is going to be tasked to remove a member of the public, I am prepared to be removed with them, because I'm going to stay here and fight for people's rights. People have the right to come to the podium and say whatever they want to say. This self-endowed or self-ingratiated authority that people think they have now because they have gotten elected to a seat, I don't know where it comes from. But you don't have any more privileges than the people of the public. They have the right to come to the podium and speak their piece and talk about what they want to talk to. If they want to come up here and call everybody incompetent or whatever the case might be, they don't have to come up here and talk nice about you. That's not a requirement at the podium. They're not required to come here and speak nice and whisper fancy issues in your ear. They don't have to do that. They could come here and express themselves the way they want to. That's their God-given right in the United States of America. And the day that's being threatened is a sad day in this country. But anyway, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson.
Council
Madam
President.
Clerk, council members, I have council members. I have Councilman Mims and
Mine will be
I
very
know
brief.
The fire chief is here. He's only
Yes.
have one item 28.
So mine will be
Before the
very
budget, we
brief.
wanna take care of the
To
item,
Council
Councilmembers.
President, council colleagues, and
Ms.
to
Close.
Madam BA.
Ms.
And I would like to see this on the workshop next week. We voted on the repaving. Governor Street is only for a straight street to Rosa Parks. Does not include the lower portion of Governor Street. So I am requesting that on next week's agenda, that we add that to this list so we can vote on it, possibly on a special meeting, to add that, because this does not include the lower portion, and the lower portion of Governor is worse than the top portion. So to make, because we posted and I didn't even look to see, because normally it's the whole strip, but this is not for the entire strip. So, Madam BA, Council President, on the next meeting, I would like to see that item on this agenda, and that we will make sure that we vote on it as a council body.
Thank you so very
Council
much.
President.
Councilman Velez?
I just want to put in the floor here, just to put it out there to the public. There's a code of conduct. If anybody wants to know what's the code of conduct or rule of procedure, governing conduct of the council meeting, just look for it. It goes for that side and this side. So, and once again, what I'm going to say is this. There's a code of conduct. There's a code of conduct for us. There's also a code of conduct to the polar portion. So moving forward, before everybody point fingers like that, let's go to the code of conduct of the city, and probably this meeting will be a little bit more faster. I was hoping the agenda, when I did it in the workshop as council president, we will move fast and easy from today's meeting. So saying that, that's why I limited my comments to make sure that we move to the real stuff that we have here in front of us. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, item number 28.
I'll announce the votes first, Council President.
Yes.
So the votes are 8 yeses, 1 absent. Public portion of the municipal council meeting of Tuesday, May 28th is hereby closed.
Thank you. Let's go to item 28.
Item number 28 is a resolution authorizing an interlocal services agreement with the Passaic Valley Water Commission for the provision of emergency and preventative services and consultations relative to confined spaces. It's a fire resolution 24:350.
So move.
It was moved by Councilman Davila, second by Councilman Abdelaziz, and discussion,
President.
Council. And
She had to recuse herself.
just let the record reflect, Madam Clerk, that Councilwoman
I
Cotton
wish I could talk on it, but I can't.
have to recuse herself out of this
Because I know
item
what
number
confined space mean.
28. Understood? Discussion, Councilwoman Mims?
Yes, to our fire chief, my only question is, and I'd love to see shared service agreement. I just want to ensure, because when you look into the body of the resolution, it does have compensation totals for our fire people that will assist and volunteer in these various capacities. I just want to ensure that it does not take away from or limit the work that gets done as Paterson being the priority. And I know sometimes even as EMTs, you go out to other locations which take away from Paterson as well. So how would this impact or affect the work that's already being done in Paterson?
Well,
Go ahead, Chief.
Passaic Valley is conducting their confined space operations. We do consulting first. We don't go to their site. And the only time we go to the site if there's an emergency due to the agreement where we go and then we perform our emergency operations.
So my follow-up question, have we, in this conversation with Passaic Valley, have we identified what their emergencies look like? Do we have a quantifiable number or total that says this is the amount of work that we've had? Because obviously there is a situation that they're needing us to share service agreement. I just don't want it to overwhelm or overload our fire department because we didn't get that information. So I'm just asking, was that a part of the discussion? Do we have that because it's not attached to this item?
That's probably a question better suited for corporate counsel, but this is an agreement we've had for the past 5 years, and we have for the next 5 years.
So in the 5 years that we've had it, right? So this is just to extend the contract?
Basically, it's extending the contract, the services that we provide through an MOU to the Passaic Valley Water Commission.
So, okay, so in the time passed within the last 5 years, has it positively or negatively impacted the workload of the fire department?
It's been positive. It's been it brought revenue to the city, and we never made an emergency response. Passaic Valley Water Commission, they're very receptive to our counseling. We do have in the agreement that we do have to go to their site
Yes.
and perform one mandated training, which is a state mandate. So we do go to their site and do the one training a year.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions. I just want to make sure and clarify the outline of the contract was very clear, but I wanted to put it on the record so that these pertinent questions are asked.
Council
Thank you,
President.
Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Council President. So looking at this MOU, right? What was the past 5 years revenues on this? 6 years or revenue in the past?
The past, I believe, was 100,000 was the last one.
100,000
Yes,
only
a year.
for the whole 6 years?
No, per year.
Per year?
Yeah.
So, hey, that's from 600,000, we're moving forward to $1.2 million. That's good. You know, that we received from Passaic Valley Commission, 1.2 from 600,000 that we had before. That's why we talk about MOU, memorandum of understanding, and making sure that we're not giving the service free, that we're getting something back. And, you know, our equipment goes wear and tear, you know, and, you know, the fire department needs this funding. Even that this goes to general funding, you know, hopefully this will balance probably some loopholes in the future budget that we have, you know, making a positive statement on it,
Yes.
right? This is one of the things that, did administration sit down with you guys to talk about this MOU totally? Yes? Okay, so you guys agreed on it, right? So, way
It
before
was reviewed
2020.
it was reviewed by myself and then corporate counsel, yes.
Correct. So way before going to this new memorandum agreement that we have here, we used to receive in 6 years, $600,000. I believe now we're moving forward for $1.2 million, receiving in 6 years moving forward, from 2024 out to 2028. Saying that means that we need more firemen. We need to met the TO of the fire department and making sure that they get the service and the benefit they deserve. Thank you, Chief, for your work with the administration on this. Thank you.
Chief, just excellent. I'm always saying that the fire department make us look good. The fire department make the city of Paterson look good. You guys doing an amazing job in our community. But this question is not for now, but just for later on, if you could provide me with this information. I know in 2024, this contract, in year one, we're gonna make $38,642. 2025, $39,415.69, and the contract is gonna end on 2028 with $41,828.24 with a total of $167,312. I would like to know the cost, a cost analysis of us getting into the shared services agreement to see a net type of revenue that we will getting. So if you could get me that information, I would deeply appreciate it. So I have no more question.
And
Roll
Council
call, Madam
President,
Clerk, on item.
that was just per quarter, the numbers that you're looking at. So, so it's much more for each year.
So net, so
Yeah.
that's the net income, taking all the expensive out? No.
Yeah, and as the chief had mentioned, there's really not as many expenses related to this. It's really kind of to serve as an emergency in a standby capacity, and then they do these trainings each year. But if you look at the fifth page in the backup, it shows
it.
the compensation totaled for each year.
I understand, but every share service agreement will have to incur some type of cost, not much maybe,
Yeah,
but,
thankfully, this one is one of the ones
Is-
that we get the most benefit, and they.
Understood. Gotcha.
They need the specialized, training that is provided by our
Yes.
fire department.
But I just want to double check
Yeah.
any additional costs, because I know there's costs in every share service agreement. Thank you, Chief. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 28.
Yes, Mr. President, roll call on item number 28 for adoption. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims?
Let the record reflect, Council President, I was a second as well on this item. I don't know if I was counted. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez?
Thank you, Corporate Counsel, for reviewing this with the chief and the administration. I think it's a good move. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Budget? No, not yet.
So the votes are 6 yeses, 2 absences, 1 recusal. Item number 28 is hereby adopted.
What number?
I'm leaving on the budget, so go, see you guys. Take the budget. Take the budget.
We all want to go. We still got Libby.
Council members.
You guys have my laptop?
The Stephen is waiting for item 23. I really want to take my directives out. So let's move item 20, to item 23, so we should just get the director out of the meeting.
We should not even discuss it. The guy that was interested is gone. He left.
What guy?
Madam Clerk, item 23, please.
Item number 23 is resolution approving the sale of city-owned properties. It's an economic development resolution, number 24:345.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez,
May I have a second?
second by Councilman Khalid.
Discussion.
Discussion, Councilman Mims.
Just for, you don't have a corporation counsel right now.
What is?
So I thought.
You and I were here
Yes.
last week when she spoke.
Right. I just have a question. I thought the title was going to change on this particular item. The
levies.
title has not changed. So we were told that the title would change on this particular
The
item?
only thing that was changing, because it said properties.
Correct,
and
it was
it's
in
now
the plural,
property.
correct. It was in the plural form on the last.
Right, but I thought we were gonna
agenda.
list the actual property in the
It is.
title.
And the body says the property.
It's in the
It's in the
reso-
body
yeah,
of
in
the
title.
resolution.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, I'm asking in the title of what's before us. I thought that was gonna be included.
Yes, it says the title for one property, and then the body says the address and
No, I'm
everything.
talking about, the agenda.
Oh,
That's
no,
all.
agenda don't mean it's
It
here.
means a lot, because they can Oprah it.
Council member.
Any document we have is operable, so it means a lot. So that's why I'm asking
Yeah,
the
but
question. It could easily be just amended. I'm just asking that it's saying said property, comma, Libby's, and whatever the address. So I just would like to have that amended to be added on the agenda, and then we can vote. I'm fine. I just want
Thank
to
you.
No, like on the reso, it includes Libby's, the name, and the address. You don't even have to put the name, you could just put the address, but it should be a part of, because it's just a blanket statement, it does not match the actual resolution itself.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, she's requesting.
We could add that within the document. There's, shouldn't be any problem.
Correct.
If there's no other question, roll call on item 23, council members. Madam
So we're
Clerk.
updating it?
The
It's gonna be
agenda's
updated,
updated.
right? Okay.
The agenda's updated.
To be updated.
Yeah.
Yeah. Roll
Okay.
call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 23 for adoption. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton?
We had this in
Councilwoman Davila?
economic,
She's
we
absent.
had this in economic development. This also came last week to workshop. There was a lot of questions that were asked to the director, specific to how many serious bidders were there. I believe there were 15. We also asked, we wanted to know how many, if any, Patersonians were part of the bidding process. That number, I believe, was two. But when we asked about the serious bidders, those are the individuals that put down, I believe, 15,000 and were serious.
Correct, they're
It's also my understanding that the assessment was at 300.
25.
So the appraised value was at 350,000, and the assessed value was at 550.
And the final was 800.
The final sale price is $850,000.
Okay, very good. I needed to put that on record because, you know, we all get phone calls. I, on a personal note, want everyone to know that I was not in agreement with the sale. I felt that we, the city, should have kept it, all right? We also, you know, there was some conversations that it was historic. It is not a historic building. It is in a historic area, but it is not a historic building. But looking at all of the facts and the reality of everything, the only thing is that, you know, I hope and pray, all right, that as the person who won the bid, he's not the owner yet, but the person who won the bid, once we support this, I hope that they do keep it as an eatery. I think that it's important and it's needed in that area. You know, with that said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Kalik?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm very happy with the auction. We got triple amount of assess value.
Absolutely.
So I think it was a great auction, and my vote is, I'm looking forward to if someone open a eatery like Libby's or Close. That's what I'm hearing, which is great. In need for that area. We have so many visitors in the Great Falls, and they don't have a place to go have a burger or something to eat. It'd be a great asset for the city. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Kalik. Dr. Mims?
You know, I'm really enjoying this new location we're at, because I get to sit closer to Councilman Khalid. So I'm starting to feel his passion and how he's loving all these items so lately. So I can't wait for this, whatever's gonna be there. There's a restaurant to open, because
Yes.
I'm gonna be looking at my phone to wait for Councilman Khalid to invite me over there, because he's
Yes.
super excited about it. So with this item, we've been through so many things. I've been, and I've sat in the max span auction process. And I know a lot of times, and I tell people, social media really does not tell true stories, right? There's always a lot of extra things or conversations that go on social media, but when you come to the actual bid to see who's in the room, who's participating, it tells a totally different story. We can say we wanted 50 million things there, but if they don't show up to the bid, if they don't participate in the process, and if they don't have their money ready and available, that is a part of the process to give in at that time, then it's no dice, right? So I'm grateful that we're getting about 800,000. One of the questions I asked is in regards to the taxes that we'll receive. This property is desolate, it's been desolate for a while. Anything that's gonna bring revenue into our community to help the sustainability of our tax base, we should be supporting. With that stated, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez?
So let me give you the right number here, it's $918,000.
That's
Right.
with the 8%.
Correct.
Yep.
Well, hey, I had to include it there.
I know.
All right? So, you know, I had a nice, beautiful conversation. I had the opportunity to look at the future restaurant that's going to be there, you know, and that's what we want, you know, $350,000. We got more that we're supposed to expect to have.
Correct.
I was afraid that it would fail, and then we had to give it away for nothing, right? But this case, Director, you did a great job with your Deputy Director and your staff. Excuse me?
You did. She sure did.
No, actually, this is part of challenging. This is part of challenging. You cannot just give it easy. You try to challenge to get the best of the departments. You have to challenge. If we don't challenge,
We
then we
brought
don't
in
get
3
the juice
times
out of the
more.
juice.
Absolutely.
You know, if you don't challenge me, then I could legislate wrong. So, you know, so I'm happy. You know, the gentleman has a clear idea of what he wants here, and I'm moving forward. Oh, by the way, please, Madam BA, please, when this gentleman and any project want to move forward in the city of Paterson, let's make it accessible, making sure that the permits are moving fast, and et cetera, because the same way we sell it, the same way we want to see it be built.
Absolutely.
And it's a good asset for the second ward.
Yeah.
For the second ward. Everything's going out to the second ward. Councilman, you should be proud. Everything going to your ward. Now it's because we could realign that ward, I could probably take that to the 5th ward. I don't have a problem.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. My vote is yes on this.
Thank you, Councilman
Thank you,
Velez.
Councilman.
Mr. President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
President. The votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 23 is hereby adopted.
Thank you,
you,
Madam Clerk.
Council.
So now, council members, we have item 19, Madam Clerk. Item 19, which is
Yes.
the,
Item number 19
yep.
is a resolution authorizing reading of the calendar year 2024 municipal budget by title only, and the introduction of the calendar year 2024 municipal budget. It's an administration resolution 24:344.
So
So move.
It was moved by Councilman Davila, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 19.
Discussion.
Discussion, Councilman Kalik.
Madam Mayor or Mr. CFO, what is the overall levy on this budget? County, open space, everything, what is already is done and what is estimated?
So the municipal levy right now is at 172,750,000.
What's the rate, what's the percentage?
The percentage right now is 3.2.
3.2?
Yes, the only reason it's 3.2 is because we can include, we asked for more state aid. We asked for an extra 2 million in state aid. We can't include it until we know if we're going to get it. We believe we're going to receive it, but if we receive the 2 million, then it would be 2%. The levy.
The levy, I thought levy was 4.39 last year.
Oh, the tax rate was
That's tax rate.
4.8.
So it went up, tax rate, that's what I mean.
Yeah, the tax rate was 4.8 last year.
Oh, how much is the levy for the county and
I don't have those numbers yet. I have an estimate. I don't have exact numbers yet.
Council President,
Just a minute, Councilman,
I'm going to piggyback on
Yeah,
it.
go ahead. He's
all
gonna
right,
take it back.
Councilman Abdelaziz.
No, I know that my colleague from the second ward is very prudent with the taxpayers' dollars. So this is only an introduction, in title only. We're not adopting the budget right now. We're introducing it. And if I'm not correct, right, Mr. Silva, this is only an introduction. I do want to put on the record that let's hope the transitional aid comes in and it's at 2% of what DCA wants us to increase. I also want a plan in place that if the transitional aid does not come back, that you have a plan to bring it to 2% when we're ready to adopt. So it's not a surprise to the administration that if we vote yes on this introduction, that we get our TA, I think you're gonna have no problem. If we don't get our TA, the extra 2 million, that you have a plan in place and give us the option of doing A and B. So it's only an introduction, Councilman, and then when it's ready for adopt, I think we're on the same page to make sure that the 2% is there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You are right.
Council President.
Also, I'm not finished. Let me
Yes.
follow up.
Continue, Councilman Kalik.
Budget is a plan for the whole year. Madam BA, you presented the budget hearing beginning of the year. We are almost middle of the year, okay? Where are we standing with all these vacancies, specifically with DPW? And community improvements, those two. Where are we with those vacancies? Are they filled? Are they fully staffed? Or what is going on?
So thank you, Councilman, Council President.
Madam EA?
Holding vacancies open is unfortunately one of the things that we are forced to do in order to provide, as Councilman Abdelaziz noted, the ability to come forward with different options if we don't have supplemental transitional aid. That extra $2 million. And again, last year we asked for 25. That was already not following the proper reduction that we should have been doing. This year we asked for 27 million. So we have to keep some of those vacancies open. But it's something that we work with all the departments on, prioritizing what are the ones that we really need to make sure that we fill, and then what are the ones that are the wish list, you know, the wants, not just the needs. And as you mentioned, in particular, community improvements, we have construction officials that we are prioritizing that, you know, we do need in order to move projects forward. We have done multiple things to do so, and our economic development team has been hustling to get people interested in working for us, even in part-time capacities. We're looking at third-party vendors for options to also address some of the backlog and some of the needs of our development community to move forward. So it's a combination of efforts there. But it is something that, you know, we also need to address, you know, potential revenue increases as well that could help close the gap. And I know that's something that we're bringing, we've asked our departments to bring department fees back in front of the council so that we can look at that as well, so that it's not just all about cuts, because as you know, and as you're asking, services, or if we can't staff people fully, if we don't have the money to do so, then it's going to be harder to provide the services at the level that everybody wants. So if we can supplement that by increased revenue from fees, from permits, and the like, we'll be able to then start filling some of those vacancies that everybody wants to have filled.
Madam BA, it's pretty clear to me, the plan, the budget, the plan that we have specifically for those two departments that I mentioned, it is not working. It is not working for me. I don't know about anybody else. When every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I call the DPW department, make sure sweepers are coming through the second one. I haven't seen them in months. Every day there is an excuse. We don't have enough employees, but we budgeted for it. It's in your plan, but it's not being executed. Same thing with community improvements. People waiting months and months for someone to just write the permits. Everything is approved. They went to the zoning department, they went to the proper channel. Everything is completely done. It will take a minute for somebody to just write the permit. There isn't anybody to write their permits. So it is very disturbing. I'm getting a lot of phone calls as well. I mean, this is the introduction. I'll vote affirmative for it. If this doesn't get changed and we do not get on track, don't expect my vote to be affirmative for the adoption of the budget. You know, most of my council colleague, if you say yes, it is a yes. If you say no, it is a no. Nothing in between. I'm just letting you know, Madam BA. Thank you.
And it's Madam BA, and this is something that, this is a very serious conversation that we get those calls. It's very disturbing when we get somebody that go into one of those departments, community improvement, and they cannot get the service that they receive. And every municipality, there's a timeline for everything. You apply for this permit, and come in 3 days, you will get your permit. Everything has a process. Here in Paterson, there's no process, there's no timeline, and time is money in business. Some people, they want to do things the right way, but it's so difficult. There's so much red tape that it's frustrating for a lot of people. Now, how can we fix that? If we are allocating all the funding that you need on this budget, but we see not change on that, so I don't know what is the disconnection between the people that run in the department and the administration. I don't know what is that, what they need, because at the end, what people cares about services. Our recycling department, we've been having conversation for month and month. People take the recycling out. We don't pass by when we're supposed to pass by. And there's always an excuse that we don't have enough manpower. There's no truck. I mean, what is it if it's within the budget? Street cleaning, as my council colleague mentioned before, that's the biggest problem that we have a budget, people are paying their taxes, and we're not providing them with the basic service that they deserve. And that's something that we really need to talk about it. People are concerned and fed up with the lack of services that we are providing to the resident of the city of Paterson. And we here, and this council has been very good with administration. We've been in full support of the resources that the administration needs, because we understand that if we're not providing the administration with the resources, it's going to be hard for the administration to go back and do the job the right way. So, and we are there, we're getting the call. I'm driving around the third ward every morning, and we get those calls. So, and it's hard, and we have to reach out to our DP, to our director, and asking for help. Listen, can you help me? Sometimes we have to intervene in with some department, because people, they don't find any way to move progress and get what they want. And that's not our job. We're legislative. We're supposed to have department that run effectively. So let us know. I mean, because it's concerning. I know this is the introduction. It's not the adoption. I don't know if we're gonna get the support. But moving forward, if we don't see any change, I don't think that this budget is gonna be adopted. With that, so I want you to take this. Take note, Madam BA, and just understand that we're very concerned by all the call and the complaint that we're getting from the residents of our city.
And Council President, if I can, and we recognize that there are numerous challenges that it's absolutely not perfect. And there are places that there's room for a lot of improvement. I think our challenge really truly does come down to resources. And so just like Councilman Khalid asked, and it piggybacks on what Councilman Abdelaziz said, you know, the solution cannot just be continuing to cut, because we cannot afford, we continue to ask DCA for more and more money. We seem to be limited with where our tax revenue is, our tax levy. There doesn't seem to be much more of an appetite than the 2% that is mandated. Where else are we going to get revenue in order to provide exactly what you're saying, in order to have a surplus of street cleaners and not just the minimum that's required to have all of our trucks out on the road, so that if people do call out sick, we would be able to have somebody else step in. We're not in a place where we can do that. We have brought numerous items of revenue before that the council has not passed. That would be something that could help us really address some of these gaps. And so we need to work together on this, and we need to all come around and say, what is an acceptable revenue that could help address the services that the city needs to do better at? Because we can't keep going to the state and just asking for additional transitional aid and not showing them that we are bringing more revenue to the table. And it's been a tough year or so because we haven't really been doing that a lot. A lot of what was brought forward was voted down. So let's have that conversation again. Let's do what we can to really address exactly what you're saying, because we see it too.
Madam BA, and Councilman Mims asked for the floor, but I'm sorry, Councilman and Councilman Mims, but Madam BA, if we start, well, let's say for example inspectors, when we see a street cleaner without inspector, we're leaving money on the table every single day. Can you imagine that a street sweeper without inspector that passed by 100 cars, 100 times $55, that is a ticket, just add that every single day for 30 days. Can you imagine if just by enforcing the law that we have in the book, let's say that this governing body decide not to move any other legislation related into additional revenue. Just by enforcing the law that we have in the book, we will have more money. When I see those street cleaning without inspector, when I see double parking, people doing all kind of things that it will produce revenue. We will fix the city because we will be enforcing the law and putting order into the city, and we will bring revenue.
And there are multiple ways to do this,
and the
right?
reason why, Madam BA, the reason why there's this say that everything goes in Paterson is because the problem is the enforcement piece in our city. Trust me and believe, 10th Avenue and East 29, there's a house there full of garbage. I sent pictures to everybody. You will not see that in any other municipality. That person, it will be in court on the day one. The dumping in our community, it's out of control. I introduced the legislation to penalize the people with $10,000 maximum and $2,500 minimum. Can you imagine if we go after those people that are coming into our city and dumping garbage? We're talking about thousands of dollars just by enforcing the law that we have in the book, just by that. And I want you to stay with us, stay with me in a minute just on that. And that's my request. Let's put a plan together and see what is that we need to make sure that we get those inspectors out there. It could be maybe 2 sweeper, 3 sweeper. We need inspector out there. We need inspectors to watch the city and see what's going on in our city, and you will see that will change into revenue, and at the same time we will clean the city. Councilwoman Catlin, and then right after Councilwoman Mintz, because I know it's getting late.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to make a suggestion, and I thought that we had talked about it before, because I remember when we did not have a tax collector, and we used a lady from another city, and she worked per diem or whatever, 2 days a week, whatever. But now, here we have our code enforcement officer, which I would be like an electrician, a plumber, a carpenter, or somebody. And people are waiting months for somebody to inspect their plan to get their stuff fixed, whether it's the plumber, whether it's the electrician. I don't know why we just couldn't get somebody per diem, per day, to sign off on these paperwork. But something happened, and I'm not sure. It's going to come back here. Somebody signed off on something on a plumbing situation, and it was no good. The plumbing work was done. It was no good. Now the basement is flooding up, but it was signed off. Because I said to the person, well, the city should have signed off on this. They should have sent the plumber to make sure that the plans were what it's supposed to be. But if we have somebody, even if we use them 2 days a week, people's stuff are so backed up that they can't get anything done, and now somebody is signing on. Not to say they know what they're doing, because evidently they don't know what they're doing. And the work is getting done, and then it's after the fact now that something is going wrong with the okay. So we should have just hired somebody 2 days a week to look at these bids and look at these specs from people who want to do work in their houses. They want to change something around. You got to get somebody here every day. We got to get someone here. And I don't know why it was taking so long.
Well, Councilwoman Count, we have been addressing that issue, and we have people who have actively said to us, no, I don't want to work in Paterson.
Okay.
We have other people who say, no, I won't. I can't do it for less than X. And so we've had numerous conversations with, our fiscal monitor at DCA to increase some of these salaries in order to be able to have some people from other towns do some time here, have people be trained who might not have a lot of experience, but be trained by people in a part-time capacity so they could take over in a full-time way. So we are addressing, this is something that we have been focused on. It was something when we hired the director and the deputy director, we tasked them with that this is one of their highest priorities. So for the past 6 months, it has been a high priority for the administration. And we know that there are multiple ways to tackle it, and we're trying to tackle it from all the different angles.
One more thing, Council President. So you're saying if I'm an electrician and I say if I come to your city 2 times a week, but I want $500 every time, and you're saying to me now, DC say that's too much?
Yes.
Oh, I can't do
Yes,
that.
we've had different conversations, and we're at a point where we are able to secure people in a part-time capacity. Yes.
But DC only want DC.
But it wasn't just about, it's not always just about money. It's about people who aren't interested necessarily in working here. Either they have a full plate or for whatever reason. So we have been trying. And there really is a lack of people with these certifications throughout the state. That's why they started the third-party, vendor program. But then we had this experience. Some of our former employees left us, started a third-party vendor company because the market was moving in that direction. So having this other opportunity has also hurt Paterson at the same time.
Right. Let me ask you something. Do these? No, I'll wait and ask it at another time.
Okay.
But I know that we need to really if that's what they want, then that's what we have to pay, because we're going to have backup of paperwork. It just backed up.
Well, we
I
are in the process of, we're onboarding some new staff. We are working with third-party agencies as well.
Council
Thank
President.
you. Councilwoman Mims?
So, Madam BA, so I just want to put on the record, I know this is just the reading or the possible intro of our budget, and you've already stated that it's 3.2% for the tax. So I believe that there are many ways, and I'm not sure of all the things that you said were voted down, so if you can provide a list of what was voted down outside of cannabis, because I know that's probably one of them, but I would like to see what else has been voted down that you feel would provide cost savings. But I think here are some things, and I think the council would agree, that will help us save some dollars. There needs to be shared service agreements with the school district and the county. If we do more shared service agreements with the school district, for example, when it comes to plowing the streets, if we can work out a shared service agreement where the schools partner, and around the proximity of the schools, they can help and assist with that, that will save us some money on overtime. It will also save us some money in that capacity. And there's some other things, shared service with the school district and the city. As far as the county, when it comes to paving or trimming our trees, and so many other things, facility concerns, we can work in direct collaboration with the county or do more MOUs. For example, with Eastside Park, right? If we did an MOU with Eastside Park as far as providing maybe more patrols in that area, working with the county or the sheriff's department, possibly with maintaining or maintenance, with the repair or the landscaping, we can assist with that. There's so many things, and I can send a full list of some of the things I think shared service agreements that will really help us and save us a lot of money. Also, enforcement has been talked about. We have to identify, one, why is there such a lack of enforcement in various areas, whether it's lack of resources, meaning lack of like material substance or employees to do the job. And then secondly, when we go, for example, loud music or the noise ordinance. So when people are calling us, right, because they call the police, they call us, the police show up, after they leave, they turn the music right back up. I think if they go the first time, there should be a progressive plan in place at the second time that they start fining. If we start giving out more fines, that will bring in revenue into the city. There were videos that people sent to me with street cleaning, where in some instances, some weeks they get tickets, and a lot of weeks they do not get tickets, and they just drive around, and I've seen those videos. Another thing, the cameras that we talked about, that we've approved, we voted on, especially in the areas of dumping. If we did all of our due diligence with that, with our inspectors, and that goes back to resources, that will provide us a lot of money as well. And also, we're upgrading a lot of our parks, which is a great thing. But we have two issues, the maintenance of the parks, and then there was supposed to be cameras installed. So we're putting all this great state-of-the-art in the parks. What happened to the cameras that we voted and approved, so that we can provide that in the park as well. The littering is another issue where we can provide that. Also with our potholes, I definitely would like to see us to partner with the county to assist in the potholes. They are out of control, and based on asking the director a couple weeks ago, he said there's only 2 pothole trucks. That's a big concern. If you go up Broadway, coming down from the old Paterson Catholic down Bosco, driving up towards East 33rd, on the right side, you can't even drive up that lane. There are huge potholes in that street, and that's just one area. We talked about a full assessment of the entire city of streets that need to be, they need to be repaved. The list is very exhaustive, so we need to work with the county and partner with them so that they can assist us. Because I know they've done some training to help us make sure we do it right, do it properly. So if we can do that, I think these are some other things that can be added. I'm going to support it on tonight, but if these things are not done or there's no attempt to these things, then I'm not gonna be able to support it in the future. But we have to identify and present a plan, and it has to be Plan A, B, C, whatever that looks like, but we have to find some creative ways, because and then the list, I wanna see the list of all the things that were voted down, right? So say, whatever the item was voted down, you can say this possibly could be a cost saving of whatever that looks like. But for me, when we talk about, if cannabis is on the list, I'm gonna have an issue, because we have too many pop-up smoke shops in our community, too many, and in our schools, vapes are out of control. So I just want to make sure that that is not the only thing that we're looking to save money on, that there has to be some other areas in addition to that. So I want to see every item that will be proposed, and I think the council, maybe it needs to be a full discussion in the council chambers where we see it, and not just is going to be voted, but that needs to be just a total discussion for maybe 30 minutes in the council, that we come up with these plans and try to work it out. But those are my recommendations. I'm going to support tonight, but I will not support if it remains 3.2%, and I will not support if some of these items that I am recommending are not even executed or at least looked at.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 19.
Yes, Mr. President, roll call on item number 19, which is a resolution authorizing reading of the calendar year 2024 municipal budget by title only, and the introduction of the calendar year 2024 municipal budget. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I mean, there's a lot of things that we can do, but we have to do our best to try to keep employees. That's the most important thing. We have to maintain and keep employees, because once we can keep employees, we don't have to worry about no one coming to work on Monday or Friday. We will have a steady flow of employment, but we still have to entice, try to get our employees to stay here, to come here, and you know, of course, what that means, more money, because there's so much stuff that got to get done. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Just to reiterate, I have put forth some recommendations and some points that will help to create a plan that will help to reduce some costs, possibly have us work in partnership and collaboration with the county and possibly the state as well, to reduce some of these fees and costs, to have some level of sustainability within our budget. With it stated tonight, this is just an introduction, but I would like to see those things done and executed and presented before this council as recommendations. I will support it on tonight, but if those things are not put forward at the appropriate time before adoption, I will not support the budget. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez?
So, the reason I'm doing my remarks now with my vote, we sat with DCA, and they explained to us, I don't want to jeopardize any small help that DCA or the state could give us until we start walking by ourselves, you know, right, Madam BA? And we spoke about reviewing some fees and service. And when we say review our fees, we're talking about, and we compare with other cities that are charging more money for the service that they receive. And saying that we have to do this introduction, making sure that moving forward, it turns into a responsible budget, because we cannot talk about salaries, increases in this and that, and employees or whatever, if we don't present a responsible budget. So, Madam BA, moving forward, as I stated in that meeting, I'm going to continue working to make sure that we met the needs of the community, at the same time we fulfill your needs as administration, to make sure that we do a balance in everything that we do in the city of Paterson. So saying this in this introduction, that we're going to try to keep it, if the state bless us, that we doing the responsible, and then this is one of the steps that the state says that we need to do. In introduction, to have a good faith from the state to at least not use the word bailout, to use the word moving forward. Saying that, my vote is yes as this introduction.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is just the introduction, Madam BA. You hear this council loud and clear about the lack of services that we're providing to our community. We need actual change before we get into the adoption of this budget. We're going to be consistent with the lack of enforcement in the city of Paterson. If we start enforcing the law that we have in the book, we start putting those inspectors out there, putting the street cleaner, the street sweeper out there, we're going to clean the city and we're going to bring revenue back into the city. And that's what we need. It's a combination of two things. You also hear before the agreement that we need to have with the county, with school, at all the level. Let's get the job done and let's provide the services that our constituents deserve. So you got the vote for now, but we're expecting changes before the adoption of this budget. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 19 is hereby adopted.
Good.
Council President,
Okay.
before
Thank you,
you
Madam
call.
Clerk. Councilwoman Davila.
Council President, I just want to quickly, Madam Clerk, Madam BA, probably to Madam Clerk. It's my understanding that on the city website, the rent leveling meeting is canceled for tomorrow? Is it canceled?
Yeah, they send a
People need
list.
to know, because apparently there's some issues, and they were speaking about Freedom Village, and somebody sent me a message.
They send a list today of the meeting canceled.
Canceled? Okay, very good.
Yeah, it's canceled.
Okay.
Thank you.
Enough. Go
No
ahead.
problem. All right. So, Madam Clerk, let's take care of item 27.
Yes, Mr. President. Item number 27 is a resolution approving settlement of tax appeals on Block 4202, Lot 4, also known as 398-406 Broadway, owned by Verona Park Senior Apartments LLC. It's a finance resolution 24:349.
So move.
Second.
It was moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez and Councilwoman Mims. Discussion on item 27, Councilman Kalik.
Can you give us an overview of this item?
Council President, council
Yes.
members, Madam Clerk, administration, my name is Richard Mara, I'm the tax assessor. An overview of this resolution basically states that the state court has awarded a resolution, and in the resolution, the tax resolution, they've conceded to withdraw the year 2021. They're looking for compensation for the year 2022 and the year 2023. This is based on appraisals that were submitted by both the taxpayer, their representative, their attorneys, and the city's attorney and the city's appraisers.
I have a question.
Sure.
Corporation Counsel, Madam BA. Usually with the tax appeal, we usually go to court and usually we usually have outside lawyers represent us, and they come to that's what I've been since I've been here. That's how these tax appeal usually come in front of us. And
Y'all want to tell them?
Corporation Counsel, go ahead.
Council
Yes,
President.
Corporation Counsel.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Councilman Kalik, for that inquiry. As an initial matter, some litigation is handled by outside counsel, and when there's a settlement, we come to the council and we present that settlement for council's approval. Tax matters are slightly different because we have an in-house tax attorney who's been with the law department for, I believe, decades at this point, who handles most of our tax matters, and so that's why they appear in this fashion. Nonetheless, we provide a confidential memorandum to the council, which we've provided previously about this particular settlement, and in light of that, the law department recommends it. So this is actually an active case. that the law department is recommending be settled along those guidelines for the reasons stated in the confidential memo. Obviously, Mr. Mayer is here, and he's been instrumental in helping resolve these cases on terms that are favorable to the city. And on this particular settlement, one of the years of the appeal is going to be dropped in favor of resolving the other 2 years.
So what's the total amount that we have to pay back?
$2,222,70.
No, that's it.
It should be in the memo.
Council President.
I don't have the memo.
Have Councilman Mims, and right after Councilman Mims,
Are you
Councilman.
still
There's
going?
no way.
Is he still talking?
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
No, I need to know that, I need to know the amount.
You did what?
I need to know that what's the amount that we have to pay back.
So it's 2 million.
It cannot be 2 million, no way.
It's been reduced.
The amount of
yeah.
tax
There's a
dollars, is
reduction.
that what you
Yeah,
want
that's
to
what
know?
he's looking for, the amount.
Okay, the account of tax dollars for the year '22 will be $88,791, and the tax dollars for the year '23 settlement will be $143,490.
Can you repeat 21, 22, and 20?
Yeah, I just told her.
Total about 231,000.
Excuse me?
Total about for year 22 and 23, about 231,000.
21 has been withdrawn.
22 and 23.
22 is
88.
88,791.
And 23 is
23 is
143,000.
143,490.
About 231,000.
$143,490.
You're done, Councilman Garland?
Yeah, I'm done, Councilman.
Council President, I'm next.
Council President.
I'm next.
Yes, Councilman Mims?
So, where is the documentation from the state? Because this is, they went to the tax court of New Jersey. I don't see that attached. Do we have any of that paperwork attached? Yes,
I
from the
don't
court.
have it here for you, no, but we can get the appraisals for you.
So that should be attached. We should not be, well, I'm one. We should not be voting, let me go back. This item was on last week just for discussion. So I'm shocked that it's on tonight to vote. I didn't realize that we were ready to vote on it tonight, but I see it's here. But I'm not comfortable voting on this without having that information attached from tax court. If that's what is stated and that's what they're looking for, if we don't have that, we can't, look, we're living in a day and time, word of mouth is not gonna cut it when we're trying to reduce, because when this goes into the paper, it will say council member supported reducing a tax for an entity when taxpayers are continually being increased. So I would like to see, and that's just me, without that, and other council members, if they want to support and they want to keep it rolling, myself, I'm going to cover myself. I will not support this item without that documentation as proof attached to this resolution.
Council President.
Dr. Mims?
Sure.
I can only point to the paragraph number 5, where
Yes.
it states that they determined a fair market value of $3,512,000.
No, I read that, but I just want to see that paperwork.
Sure.
I read it. I'm clear, but there is paperwork that you're
Council
referring to,
President.
and that
Sure.
paperwork should be attached.
Exactly. Council member, I have 2 council members, very brief. I have Councilmember Les, right, and
I
Councilman
think-
Cotton.
Okay,
The
I
next
think,
Councilman Cotton.
I think tax assessors, Jim,
Go ahead, Councilwoman Cotton.
that, see, the question, it wasn't brought up last week, maybe, last week it was brought up. The thing is that you had a couple council members saying that this is a 50-unit building, right? And they started looking through their phone and seeing what 50 units was worth. I think one place was 9.5 million, somewhere else was 8 million. This is a HUD building.
This is a senior building, and they do get affordable housing
They get-
rents.
Right, they get, I'm not quite sure, and there's a cap on how much they get. There's a cap, they can't, 1 bedroom, most of this units in this is 1 bedroom, so I understand that, they're 1 bedroom. But now, the reason why it was appraised at 3.5 million, because it was bought in 2022, I believe. That's when it was bought?
I don't have that information,
Oh,
I'm
okay.
sorry.
So I think that what they're saying, understand this is like how how did this building, because of the HUD building, and it's also on a pilot. I'm not sure when the pilot's gonna expire in this building.
I believe either the pilot has expired already or it's about to expire.
It's about to expire.
Yeah.
So I think the question would be, I know I have a few HUD buildings in the ward, and some of them were required to sell because either they were going to sell the building because federal government was going to take those buildings back and turn them in from project-based vouchers to tenant-based vouchers. So what owners are starting to do is they were trying to sell them because if they went back to tenant-based, then they wouldn't get anything. Because then the tenants eventually would then move out, move somewhere, they have the right to go anywhere else. So we were trying to figure out now, I think, about how this building was bought for $3.5 million, but you're saying that's what it was assessed at.
That's what the appraisals came in that they agreed upon.
Right.
You might have had an appraisal that was higher.
Right.
One of ours, and their appraiser may have been a little lower. So in between, they negotiated that it was worth about $3.5 million.
After they negotiated. So, because I know now, you have properties, I just want to bring this up too, that properties that are next to you are going for, if my house is worth $275, they're going for $350, they're going for $400. That doesn't even give you grounds to file a tax appeals because the property next to you was sold for more than what your property was worth. So you really can't win it county court because this is a state court. So now let me just ask one more thing for Corporation Counsel. It's a state tax court, tax appeal office is waiting for us to do this?
Council President, may I very
Yes.
briefly?
Corporation Counsel, please.
Yes, this is currently in tax litigation, and it's awaiting a resolution. I will note, to Dr. Mims's point, that this item has been on previously on several occasions. On the first occasion, we provided a confidential settlement memorandum, which was provided to the entirety of the council. I regret that it wasn't provided again tonight. Last week, as a result of inquiry from council, we provided a copy of our expert's appraisal of the property as well. And that appraisal came in at the numbers that is requested to settle this. In addition to that, there was a recent sale of the building, an arm's length transaction, and as the tax assessor will tell you, that is one of the primary ways you determine market value, what someone is willing to pay for a property. And so in light of our experts' analysis and the in-house attorney's recommendation, which I adopt as well, we respectfully request that the council adopt this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Corporation Counsel. Councilman Bless?
Thank you, Council President. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, Council President, there's a property on 360 Broadway. Hold on. Let me.
No, council members. Councilman Bless, off the floor, please.
And there's another property between, this property we're talking about, 398, is between 360 Broadway and 426 Broadway, right? An example. So, this one is considered a benefit for seniors because they get low-income rent, right? Now, when I'm reading the body here, the whereas number 5 is very important and whereas number 8 is very important in this issue. But I go back to whereas number 2. They're not paying taxes, they are paying an assessment of the property. So in other words, based on the assessment, they say it was $3,056,000, whatever, right? But it turns into taxes, right? But the goodwill is that they withdraw the 21 tax appeal, so it means they pay full taxes based on the $3 million of it, and they moving forward to pay based on the value of $2,545,000, right, tax assessor?
Correct. Yes.
Now, what I am a little bit concerned, I don't have no problem with this method because I trust in the judgment of our tax assessor, okay? When they went to the state when they went to the state and appeal, they gave the judgment to you, your office, to do the right assessment to get an agreement, correct?
No.
We didn't did a private assessor?
We have an appraiser on staff for the
Correct.
city.
Correct, for the city.
Right.
So judging, for me, state, judging the work of your division, okay? For me, I'm not gonna put a gray cloud over your work and your department, and I'm not gonna put a gray cloud over the state mandated to us to settle this. Now, what I'm concerned is that this building is sitting next, in the middle of two buildings that have the same structure and probably the same apartment or more or less, and they come and do a tax appeal based on this one, and they come and redo the assessment.
No.
You think it's possible?
You can't appeal based on other assessments. You have to base your appeal on market value.
Market
So
value.
maybe their market value may be higher because they're collecting more rent, or it may be lower. But
Okay.
each individual appeal is
Different.
individual.
So it's
Yeah.
not like, this appeal is not like a normal house appeal.
Correct.
Correct, right? Because it's the income, the apartments, and all that, right? So, council, I was clear from the beginning, we had the discussion. I apologize, you guys had to be here and be all night to explain us something that we already know on Norm, that there's a statute on it, there's a market value on it, the law is on it, and you guys apply the right judgment on this, and your staff apply the right judgment on this. So, Council President, I just
Thank
want
you.
to say that.
Yeah, but
And
Council
not-
President-
And not taking, don't take for granted, ladies and gentlemen, the tax assessor's office gave us a nice booklet here. We should go over it every time that we have this in front of us, and probably could avoid more question and put doubt in the process that they do.
Thank you,
Council
Councilman
President.
Velez. Madam
Thank
Clerk?
you.
No, Council President,
I'm leaving.
No, you're not, Councilman. Council members, I understand.
think, you know what?
It's 11:40, if I may, Councilman Cotton, for a minute.
I just got one more question.
Sure,
because
it's
now
11,
I'm
it's
starting to wonder
11:45.
something.
If we're still,
I'm starting to wonder
if we're
now.
still within the subject, we have 3 more items before we finish the meeting, because if Councilwoman Mims leave,
We all
there's
gotta
no
go
quorum.
home. I'm ready too.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
But, I think my concern really now is rising, like, how much did they pay in 2021 and 2022 with property
It
tax?
says there,
Where's it at?
I say the market value of it in
No,
2021,
how much did they
22.
pay? That's what I need to know now.
He just say $100 and something thousand dollars.
No, that's what we gotta give them back.
No, we don't have to give him back.
Yes.
CFO, we have to give him back.
Council members,
How much we giving back?
Nothing.
go ahead,
88,
Mr. CFO, council members, please.
88,
Go ahead, Mr.
791.
CFO.
88 and, what was it?
143.
Yes.
And I'm saying, my question now is, how much did they pay in 22 and 23?
120
Bill's
something.
trying to look that up for you.
I want to get more than what they paid.
I have a one, in between, I have a simple question. What is property class 4C apartment means? Is it
4C refers to an apartment building. 4A refers to a commercial building.
Right.
4B refers to an industrial building.
Is this building full taxation, or do they have it, any kind of,
They currently have a pilot which is coming to an end.
but do they still have a pilot?
They have a pilot.
Okay, thank you.
Council President?
I'm sorry.
Last. This one
Councilman
we solved,
Velez,
this one
give
we
me-
solved the
Councilman
situation.
Velez, Councilwoman Cotton has the floor. Just give me a minute.
No, he's looking it up.
Okay,
Yeah,
so,
let me just
please,
say.
and before that,
And
Councilmember,
you-
roll
you-
call on this item,
You
please.
will agree with me, they will agree with me, the administration will agree with me. We'll be asking for reinstate back the revaluation of our property. This will save their work, it will save taxpayer money. Let's put back the ordinance, and Madam BA, we spoke about this, the reval of the property every 2 years or whatever,
You gotta wait.
you know,
I hate to say
because
that, but
that, this
think we
will
could put more money
clear
in the
a lot of confusion,
All right.
And people will do the right thing for the properties in the
Thank you.
city.
I think there's been enough discussion on this item, Madam Clerk. We're ready to vote on this item, please.
Yeah, no,
Please, roll call on this item, Madam Clerk. Item number
Did he find the answer?
Roll call
27.
on item number 27 for approval.
Yes.
how much did they pay? That's what I'm asking. How much did they pay in 2022 and 2023?
They know.
I think we're giving them more money back than what they paid.
have to return.
I don't know, that's what, nobody can't seem to find the
Bill's
answer.
working hard over there.
Huh?
Bill-
Ca-
Right.
Yes.
What'd he say?
Thank you.
Roll call on item number 27 for approval.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton,
I'm passing for right now.
thank you.
Did he find it?
Councilman Kalik,
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Sorry, 1 second.
Did you see it?
So I'm looking at the tax record of this property. Basically, in 2023, we're returning $143,000. Councilwoman, take a look at this. They only paid $143,000 because they're in a pilot program.
Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes?
They paid $3.5 million for it in 2020.
Actually,
They paid, I'm sorry,
$3.5 million,
in 2020,
20.
and then.
that's the assessed value.
And you don't have
They did
anything
not
else
pay.
after that?
Council members.
We know where we are.
council
I'm
members.
asking, he answered my question.
I'm in
but
voting
Councilman,
session.
Take
he
back
already,
the roll call.
no, he already answered your question, so.
No, he did not answer my question.
Okay.
He
so
said 2020.
Yeah, in 2000.
That's the only information that they have,
That's the
Councilwoman.
last sale we have, yeah.
That's the last sale that we have. They don't know before 2020. The only record that they have is onto that. That's the only number that we have, and we gotta work with that number. Councilman Kalik?
Yeah, this property already has pilots, and like I said, I'm looking at their tax record on our website. It seemed like in 2023, they paid about $143,000 in taxes, actual money to the city of Paterson. And now they're trying to get the $143,000 back with the tax appeal. At the same time, what I see in city of Paterson, property value is going up and up. And I don't know how this property got assessed. By all due respect, with our tax assessor, about 1 million, close to $1 million gonna go down. I don't see it. And for me, if a judgment come from the tax appeal court, definitely we do have to pay. We have to respect the judgment. But I don't see the judgment here. I think is pre-court conversation going on. That's what it is. That's what I believe. And my vote is no. Excuse me. My vote is no.
We're voting.
thank you, Councilman Kalik.
We're in roll call, yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes, so I have many concerns, and I'm not going to belabor the point because I've talked about this in times past. What really concerns me the most is that as taxpayers in the city, there was a reval done on properties all over the city of Paterson. And we had a lot of people that are paying taxes very upset because the reval was not done properly. I remember when Councilman Rivera was here, and that was a big thing for him. It bothered him, and he talked about it almost every council meeting about it. So now to see an entity that is already getting a tax abatement, now wanting to come to do some equitable reduction, it bothers me. Our tax base is very small. We just talked about the budget where there's a 3.2 tax increase. We talked about the need of a plan to reduce or come to a place of sustainability so that we can come off of our transitional aid. And now we have an item before us, and so that would be so hypocritical to the residents and the taxpayers to say, okay, you have a pilot, now we're gonna give you another reduction. I'm not doing it. Paterson, you voted me in to represent you and to stand in your best interest. I cannot support this item. I'm not sure how this item or this entity was able to get such a great valuation or reval, and the residents couldn't get it. They were begging, pleading, coming to the mic, yelling and screaming, and we couldn't do it for them. So It's in litigation. Once that's done and they come back and maybe there's a decision made at that level, we can revisit it. But I cannot, when someone has a pilot going on, see that this revolve is going to give them a reduction, almost more. They're not going to pay even more taxes. Paterson, I gotta stand with you. My vote is absolutely not. My vote is no, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Velez?
Here we go, guys. Here we go.
I'm gonna take this item, and I already spoke about, I'm not gonna put in procurement the hard work that this division does and the expertise of Mr. Mara and his staff. I'm not gonna put in question this analysis that he gave us here about this. And if you look at the documents, ladies and gentlemen, even compare the assessment value of the surrounding city that's around Paterson. Wow. Look at the document that he gave us, okay? And you're gonna look at the assessment of the surrounding city that's around Paterson, okay? And if I was an attorney, that I'm not, representing this LLC, I would take this document to the judge and say, look, Judge, the assessment value of a similar property in Passaic is $2,944,000. Hold on, Judge. The assessed value from Ringwood for a similar property is $1,495,000. You know what the judge is gonna say? Judge? Let me assess this lower than the one that they settled. Let me assess it lower than the one that they settled. So judging on this chart that I have back here, I could take this document if I was representing them and say, listen, the surrounding city, the same building, same apartment is assessed at this amount. And you know what's gonna happen? A judge is gonna say, the council did not went in favor on $2,222,270 for 23 and 22. Let me put it lower because they don't read this document. Once again, Council President, this will fix if we start revaluating or reval in our properties in the city of Paterson. It's the law, and it's supposed to be the way it is. So thank you, Mr. Mara, for bringing this document as a highlight for my decision and voting yes on this item.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Cotton, I'm sorry. Can you speak?
The only issue that I have, we should have took it off, was you had no tax payments from 21, 22, and 23, or you can't find it. Know how much the property tax was in 2021, 20?
I don't have that
Huh?
information.
They paid, in 2023, they paid $149,000.
Council members, please.
I know
Council
where we
member-
are. I'm just saying.
Council members, I understand that, but if we spend a good amount of time having a discussion, once we get into roll call, we cannot continue asking additional questions, because that's.
I wanted to take it off, that's it.
All
I mean,
right,
I
so
did.
you could vote,
Okay,
no.
fine. But I'm just saying, I wanted to take it off because
I mean, it's too late. We already in the voting process,
it wasn't too
Councilwoman.
late. Y'all just wanted to do it, that's it.
No, no.
It wasn't too late. I'm just saying,
But
just say we only paid 144, are we giving him back 144? Oh,
See-
wow.
On 2023, we paid $149,848.
Oh, Lord Jesus.
Okay.
And in 2022, we paid $141,864.
Yeah, that's not, no, that's no good. It really isn't. It isn't. I'm sorry, I can't go with that.
What's your vote?
My vote is no, I can't.
Okay.
You said no, Councilwoman?
Yes, I can't because
Okay,
I
thank
mean, he
you.
paying nothing.
Mr.
Yeah.
President.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Madam Clerk.
yeah.
And Council Cali, just understand that it's a good discussion. There's no need to
Yeah.
take this item off the agenda because I hear my Council Cali and everybody, ask question and is voting based on their judgment. I would like to buy the property for $3.5 million, 50 units. I have a listing on the contract with 5 units for $825,000 here in the city of Paterson. At the same time, you hear Paterson, you hear this council having a discussion about the budget. Taxes is going up, and we try to just get an appeal on the tax on a property that has a pilot program. And this is my personal opinion. I'm only one vote, but I'm not here supporting any of this agreement with tax appeal because our residents in the city of Paterson, we all suffering with the high taxes that we pay on this city. And this entity, they already have a pilot program. And on top of that, we have in front of us a tax appeal again. And a property assessed at $3.5 million. Let me remind everybody what happened with Levis. Levis, the assessment value of Levis, it was $350,000. And we have over $800,000 for that piece of property. Real estate is off the roof. The market is hot in the city of Paterson. Once you put a property in the market, it will be under contract within 24 hours. That property, it will be under contract. So I definitely cannot support this, and I will stay on the side of the taxpayer. We have to concentrate on fighting those tax appeals and do what is right for the people, and concentrate also into bring additional revenue to give our taxpayer a break. So with that being said, my vote is no, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the votes are 4 noes, 1 yes, 4 absences. Item number 27 has failed.
Council President.
Thank you.
Council President, hold on,
Councilmember, if
before-
I may, very brief, Councilmember, if I may, I have quorum now, Councilmember. I just have only 2 items. One is by Councilman Udine, and another item is from you,
It's gonna
Councilmember.
come
Let's-
back, Council
2 items.
President. You may not like the, it's
Council
gonna come
President,
back. I can tell you
before
that right
leave,
now. It's
before you
coming
leave,
back.
tax assessor.
Councilwoman,
Coming back.
Go
You
ahead,
guys,
Council President, before you leave, Corporation Council,
right.
keep us an update in this case.
Yes.
In this case, give us what happened in the state.
We're gonna lose this case. That's what's gonna
No
happen.
No.
We're gonna lose.
Thank
So
you.
why you voted no?
Because
You're gonna lose it.
it's not
Thank
right.
you.
So, yes,
I-
what I'm saying.
Council members, everybody vote
Right.
the way they feel like.
Right,
You
but I'm
express
just
your
saying-
concern.
No, but-
You
Let's
guys
respect
don't
the vote.
understand the difference
Let-
between
let-
HUD
let-
houses
listen,
and
council
regular
members,
housing.
let that case go to
Understand
court
the
and let's come
difference.
back to us and we're gonna have additional
Yeah.
discussion if that's the case. Madam
wanna
Clerk,
sit
let's
it-
move to
I
item
wanna
number
sit in
20.
the court.
There's
Thank
only
you.
2 more items. I
Thank
know
you.
Councilman Mims have to be in the school early tomorrow.
Item number 20 is a resolution honoring Principal Jorge V. Osorio
I gotta keep
for
this
his
as a
years of service.
So, you know what, Councilman,
Yeah, just
Madam Clerk?
take it off.
Councilman Udine is not here. I want him to be the one, he's the one that's sponsoring. So I don't know how you feel, council members. So
Take it off.
if it's not time sensitive,
He
so
already
I will
left.
move this to the next meeting. That way he could.
want
Let's move to item 21. Let's move to item 21, Madam Clerk.
Yeah, he already retired already. He already resigned. He already resigned.
Item number 21 is a resolution celebrating the 25th anniversary of the Church of Jesus Christ Apostolic of Passaic. It's sponsored by Councilman Luis Velez and co-sponsored by all remaining members of the Municipal Council.
So moved.
City
Second.
Council Resolution 24343.
Second.
It was moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 21.
Roll call on item number 21 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes, yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims.
Congratulations, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez.
Madam Clerk, my vote is, before my vote, I just want to frame this on purple.
Purple.
Yeah. And my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. So the votes are 5 yeses, 4 absences. Item number 21 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 20 will move for the regular meeting, Madam Clerk, since Councilman Udine is not present, and I know he's the one that definitely wants to move this item forward. So this conclude our agenda for tonight.
No, 25?
25, Councilman.
25, it's my understanding that 25 doesn't need to be done because we already did the public hearing on the item.
No, that was 24.
That was
Bunker Hill.
26. 26 was
is for
emergency
Bunker Hill.
appropriation. So we need not do 26 because number 19 was
No, this
already
is-
adopted.
that was for
26,
Sid downtown.
Madam,
This is
if
for
I may,
Bunker Hill.
do we need to still need to do 26 even though
No,
it's
25,
No,
no.
25.
26 doesn't need to be, so
No.
we're taking 25 out.
26
and-
out.
26 out, so 25. So Madam Clerk, let's do item 25, which is the last item of this agenda.
So item number 25 is a resolution addressing 2024 budget procedure requirements for the Bunker Hill Industrial Park Special Improvements District, authorizing reading by title only, authorizing budget introduction, directing the clerk to advertise it and schedule a public hearing, and directing the assessor to prepare an assessment roll of properties within the district. It's a finance resolution 24:347.
It was moved by Councilman Mims, second by Councilman Velez, and Councilwoman Ruby Cotton.
Second.
And second by Councilwoman
Yeah,
Cotton.
go
Roll call,
ahead.
Madam Clerk, on item 25.
Roll call on item 25, Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
I want to commend the Bunker Hill Special Improvement District for doing a phenomenal job of making sure your area stays clean and keeping all of your businesses on task.
They have a
My
lot of
vote is
powers
yes.
over there.
Thank you. Councilman Velez.
That is the smallest SID haven't seen before. And it's a smaller one, and they generate a lot of revenues in that area. So saying that, my vote is yes.
Your vote? He
I
said
did.
yes.
Yeah, it's them.
Mr. President,
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
thank you. The votes are 5 yeses, 4 absences. Item number 25 is hereby adopted.
Council members and members of the public, this concludes our agenda for tonight. Can I have a motion to close? It was moved to close by Councilman Kalik, second by Councilwoman Mims.
Can you start from
And
here?
Councilman Velez. A roll call to close
you start
our regular meeting of May 28, 2024, Madam Clerk.
Roll call to close the regular meeting of May 28, 2024. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. To Madam BA, I had been asking about vacating the street on East 15th Street. I've been asking the DPW director, and I'm not getting anywhere. East 15th off of 6th Avenue. I know the address is 160, I mean, in that area. Vacated East 15th Street. So if you could look into that for me. It's in the Bunker Hill, section. Yeah, it's a dead end. The same way we vacated Straight and Narrow. Remember, it was going to the dead end. Also, I just want to bring to light what Councilman Jackson was saying. What happens, I think the issue goes further than council people. It should go to the Board of Education. Councilman Jackson's daughter is really a good athlete. And what happened was, and if I can remember, and I just want to bring it to everyone's attention, our kids are not being treated fairly. They're not being picked, and they're good players, they're good sports, they're good athletes. And what the problem that I had in 1999 and in 2000, schools like Eastside High School and Kennedy High Schools was forced to play those powerhouse of schools like Bergen Catholic, Paramus Catholic, St. Joseph, Don Bosco Prep. Our schools could not compete against those schools, and I remember fighting for many years trying to get us out of that league and into another league. I found that going to other states in the United States, they would not allow public schools to play against private schools or Catholic schools. They were in their own division. So what I want to say with Councilman Jackson and with my daughter, because you can never win a county tournament, you can't be on the committee to pick what children goes to the county, which kids are named for the state, which kid are named honorable mention. So when we're not at the table in the room, then our children is never going to get into those positions. Years ago, they did let us, they did put children there, but so what they have decided to do is that they're going to see if they can maybe form their own, because we do have some excellent athlete children, especially young ladies, that are not being recognized. And we have to figure out a way how to make sure that they get recognized. And I know how long I fought to get Eastside and Kennedy out of those powerhouse divisions that they could never win a tournament, they could never win the state, they could never win. So I just want to bring that to light to everyone, and they will be working on it. But Councilman Jackson's daughter is an outstanding, I'm saying outstanding athlete, and she should have been recognized in the county on some kind of level, on the state level. She is outstanding. Madam Clerk, with that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Kalik.
Good night, everyone. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims.
Just a few announcements. On this Saturday at 8:30, the Paterson Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority, we're having our Scholarship Awards Breakfast, 8:30 in the morning. At the Brownstone, if anyone wants tickets, please see me. I have tickets for sale on this Saturday. Then on June 8th is the Greek Masonic Cookout at 12 o'clock, which is our 22nd annual Greek Masonic Cookout in Eastside Park. Please come out. It's always exciting to see all of the fraternities and the sororities. They're hopping and strolling and, you know, getting it in. I just love to see the excitement and the camaraderie and the unity that happens. We've been doing it for 22 years, so please come out. There's no charge at all. Please come out and support and just enjoy. Bring your chair and come. And if you want, please sit under our tent, Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. You can sit with us. But please come out on June the 8th. And then we've heard about June 15th regarding the, when it comes to that morning, we'll be having the Underground Railroad portion. They will be honoring one of the guys, and then after that, we'll be marching at 10 o'clock from Masonic Temple up to Eastside Park, and then there will be festivities on Saturday and Sunday by the Juneteenth Festival. There are many announcements and many things that are going on. Let's keep our calendar of events prevalent, and what you don't know, please check our pages. We will be posting them. School will be closing soon, within a couple of weeks. Please make sure. I want to stand in full support to announce that I will be supporting Tommy Adamo for sheriff. I will be supporting John Bartlett, Congressman Pasquale, Sandy Lazara, and Rodney DeVore for county commissioners. I stand in full support of all of them. I am very clear and open about that. Congressman Pasquale has been my neighbor all of my life, and I will always support him because he fights hard for the city of Paterson. I don't know if we have anyone that has ever fought as hard as he has, especially when it comes to police and the fire department. They get a lot of grants and a lot of dollars because of Congressman Pasquale. I salute all of you. Thank you, Madam BA. Thank you, my secretary, Sophia. I've adopted her. She's my secretary now. To our BA, CFO, Corporation Counsel, thank you for coming in. Council colleagues, Ermelinda, Raphael, Ryan, police, everybody. Thank you so much for all you do. Ryan, could you just provide me an update? My phone was broke some months ago, but they've never given me my new phone, so please. No, there's no budget. I want my phone. My phone is broken. I need my city's phone. So just, yes, please give me my city's phone. Raphael, you got the camera on me? Please, I beg, give me my city's phone. Okay. I did. Good night, Paterson. Good night, everybody.
Your vote, Dr. Mims?
See, they wanted me to talk again. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez.
So, Madam BA, just take this note if possible, and clerk, I want to update 115 Avenue from East 22 to East 27. It's going to get resurfaced. Okay, there's a lot of, it's going to turn into River Street too. Also, 17 Avenue, a small portion of between Rosa Park and Madison Avenue. Okay, that's the two concerned right now. And to give me an update. And the third one is, I know that PCNG haven't finished the resurface on one side when they open the road, to see when they could revisit that to start repaving that half of it, you know, because I know there's a list out there. They stopped because They say they was gonna do it this year and this year, and they haven't continued doing it. I know they did it in the 6th ward all the way around, but the 5th and other wards still pending, and that side resurface of the road. And where they did the change of the pipes and all that stuff. My choice for the county election is the people's choice. Whatever the people choose, that's what I'm gonna accept. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Council Cali. Thank you so very much for being until the end of this meeting, and we finally finished with that agenda, and that's the only way that we're gonna move forward. To all my third ward residents, so as you hear before, you know, we all know that River Street is on the way to be resurfacing, completed, but we are also 13th Avenue, the Verona Avenue, East 87, and also there's the rest of the street that I already have conversation with administration about 20th Avenue, East 33rd, 34. But at the same time, Madam BA, I've been requesting DPW to fix all the potholes that we have. Please, let's stay on top of that. East 24 and 4th Avenue. I sent it to Public Work Director, Billy Rodriguez. He has all those locations. I know those roads are on the pipeline to be resurfacing, but on the meantime, let's try to fix the potholes, please. Let's help the community on that. You know, I got a lot of calls from the Eastside Park because the playground was closed. We already approved a new playground, a state-of-the-art playground for the Eastside Park, and we're going to continue investing money into Eastside Park with the new lighting system that we have on the pipeline. So we continue working. To my third ward resident also, let me remind you that we're going back to our town hall meeting. We stopped the town hall meeting for the last couple of months because of the election, and it was a lot of meeting, but now I'm going back in June. I will let you know when it's gonna be a first town hall meeting, because we're gonna talk about safety, quality of life in the third ward. So I'm looking forward to see all my third ward residents, and I wanna say thank you, because every time there's a problem, I got a lot of my residents that reach out to me, send me a text, and we'll be able to resolve a lot of the issues that are affecting our area. Don't hesitate to reach out to me. My cell phone number is 973-930-1436. Let's continue working together, because that's the only way that we're going to bring Paterson to where it needs to be. Collaboration is key. And once again, so let's bring respect into this chamber. You could come here, and we welcome every resident of the city of Paterson, but use your 3 minutes wisely. There's enough violence in our community already. There's enough violence. So we're here to work together with the administration to get the job done. I'm definitely in full support of my friend, Mr. Tommy Adamo for sheriff. I'm looking forward. Make sure people go out and vote. Congressman Bill Pascrell, he's been a fighter. He's my neighbor. He lives right down 9th Avenue. Ronnie DeBoer, Sandy Lozada, and John Bartlett. That's the team that I'm supporting. Let's get it done. Let's bring it home, Paterson, okay? And Tommy Adamo, you're doing a phenomenal job. I've been in some of your meetings. You're doing a great job connecting with the people, with the community. Let's get it done. Paterson, thank you. God bless everyone, and good night. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The vote are 5 yeses, 4 absences. The meeting of Tuesday, May 28, 2024 is hereby adjourned.
And before I finish the count, Madam BA, thank you, Corporation Counsel, Mr. Silva, and our 2 police officers. I want to say thank you to our police officers that are here. There is one of the new recruiters that is here, so I'm very excited. If you see our police officer, make sure you say hello. Treat them well, because they're putting their life on the line to protect this community. Thank you.